1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2.
Dos, uno, dos. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. St. Kitts and Nevis is present.
Excellent, excellent. We can
Thank you. Have a
hear
good
you,
one.
see you very clear. Thank you. Honduras,
Sí, buenos días.
muy buenos días.
Se escucha y se oye bien, ¿verdad?
Le vemos y le escuchamos perfecto.
Perdón, le vemos y le escuchamos. Gracias.
Gracias. Trinidad and Tobago, good morning. Welcome to the meeting.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago, Karen and Ellis is speaking.
Thank you, ma'am. We can hear you, but We cannot see you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Now we see you. Perfect.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
Hola, muy buenos días. Tenemos un usuario ponente. Si pudiera, por favor, encender su cámara y micrófono. Sí. Buenos días. Good morning for everyone. Buenos días para los participantes que se integran a nuestra reunión. Si pudieran, por favor, encender sus cámaras y micrófonos para una prueba de video y sonido. Hay dos que no. Good morning, Ms. Williams. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, good morning. Hamay ka está presente.
Excellent. We can see you and hear you very clear.
Okay, gracias. Que tenga buen día.
Gracias. Bye. Hello, good morning, Mr. Colin. Could you please turn on your camera and mic?
Yes, good morning. Colonel Millington.
Excellent. Excellent. We can hear you and see you very clear.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Mhm.
¿Tú quieres que hagamos esa prueba? Hi. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, good morning. Just- Joel, si quieres. Buenos días a nuestros amigos intérpretes.
This is the English booth. Good morning. This is the English booth. Here is English booth. Hello, Yeudis. Good morning. Dave Sperling. Here's the English booth. Console 1. Can you hear me clearly? Hello. Okay. And now my colleague Anna.
Okay.
Good morning. This is the English channel. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you.
Thank you, English channel. Pasamos al español. Fuerte y claro le escuchamos. Correcto. Gracias. Según. De acuerdo. Escuchamos perfectamente. Gracias, Rita. Paso a la cabina de francés. Cabina de francés. Very good, very good. Loud and clear. Second console. Bonjour. Gracias. Y pasamos a la cabina de portugués. Muy buenos días, le escuchamos. Gracias, Natalia. Segunda consola del portugués. Good morning. Le escuchamos perfecto. Muy amables. Buenos días para todos. Good morning, St. Vincent.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good, good, good. Good to see you.
Okay,
We can
St.
hear
Vincent,
you
have
and see you
Grenadines.
very clear. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning, Vitilius. Can you please turn on your camera and your mic?
All right. Good morning.
Good morning,
Ladies
sir.
present.
Excellent. We can hear you and see you very clear, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Velis.
Hi, yes, just testing.
Excellent. We can hear you and see you very clear, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Muy buenos días, Costa Rica. Vemos su usuario en pantalla.
Buenos días.
Ahí le escuchamos. Y ahí le vemos. Excelente.
Voy a hacer una prueba. 1, 2, 3.
Le escuchamos
¿Me escuchan bien?
perfectamente.
1, 2, 3.
Sí, le escuchamos y le vemos.
¿Y la cámara?
Sí, vemos su cámara también. Está un poco baja su señal, pero sí le vemos y le escuchamos. ¿Nos escucha
Sí.
Costa Rica?
Perfecto. Sí, yo los escucho bien.
Perfecto, perfecto.
La presentación ustedes la encontraron.
Sí, de acuerdo. La tenemos acá, nosotros la pasamos desde acá y usted nos indica el movimiento de los slides o de las diapositivas.
Muy
Usted
bien.
nos indica cuándo mover.
Perfecto, perfecto. Muchas gracias.
Listo. Pues si gusta se puede quedar conectada, solo apagar su cámara y micrófono. Y al momento de su intervención, entonces, encender cámara y micrófono. Muy amable. Gracias. David. Muy buenos días, Perú.
Buenos días.
Si gusta encender su cámara, le escuchamos, pero no le vemos.
Ya, ok.
Ahora le vemos.
¿Le ve?
Excelente.
¿Y me escuchan?
Le escuchamos fuerte y claro.
Perfecto. Entonces, estoy lista para el discurso de la
Gracias.
reunión de presentación. Quería preguntarles, ¿les envío la presentación para que ustedes me puedan apoyar?
Está bien, puede enviarla.
¿Un correo o un WhatsApp?
Cualquiera de las dos.
No tengo los datos.
¿No tiene los datos? Si quiere puede enviarla al siguiente correo. Es Y
Ya.
Castillo
Todo junto.
Le enviaré un mensaje por la plataforma con el correo.
Perfecto. Yo voy a estar atenta. Gracias.
Si va a la pestañita de mensajes, verá un correo. ¿Puede verlo? En el segundo icono de la derecha. Es
Sí.
ycastillo@oas.org.
Perfecto. Se lo envío ahorita.
Excelente. Gracias.
Gracias.
Hasta luego. España, muy buenos días.
¿Pueden verme? Hola, buenos días.
Muy buenos días. Le vemos y le escuchamos perfectamente.
Perfecto. Pues
Gracias.
por mí todo bien. Gracias.
Muy amable.
Yo pensé que yo iba allá y luego... No.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning to all distinguished permanent representatives, alternate representatives, delegates from the Inter-American Defense Board, observers, and staff from the bodies, agencies, and entities of the Organization of American States in attendance at this joint meeting of the Committee on Hemispheric Security and the Inter-American Defense Board on Women, Peace, and Security, which is being held on the occasion of the International Women's Day, which we commemorated yesterday, March 8th. Special thanks go to Ambassador Maria Orocpor Leon, Permanent Representative Panama to the OAS and first Vice Chair of this committee. Thank you for being here at the podium. I would like to welcome Generals Porfirio Fuentes Velez, the Director General of the Secretariat of the IADB, as well as General James Taylor, Director of the Inter-American Defense College. They will be representing the board today. I also thank Ambassador Adam Nam, the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Committee Against Drug Abuse. He is here to represent the Secretary of Multidimensional Security. I give a warm welcome also to the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission on Women, Alejandra Mora Mora, who is with us for a second time at this forum. Before we begin this session, I would like to let delegations know who are joining us online that there is a phone number that you can call if you have any technical issues. The conference specialist assisting us today is Ms. Luisa Quintero. Her cell phone number is 202-701-4681, 202-701-4681. I would now like to ask the Secretary of the Committee if we have the regulamentary quorum in order to begin our meeting. Yes, we do indeed. Since we have the necessary regulamentary quorum, let us now begin this joint meeting of the CSH and the Inter-American Defense Board. I would like to propose to delegations that we make a small change to our draft order of business, such that the Director of the Inter-American Defense College, General James Taylor, will share the conclusions of today's meeting as item number 7. And this will come before the closing message that we will hear from the first Vice Chair of our committee, Ambassador Maria Orocpor Leon. I therefore submit for your consideration the agenda for this session with that small change. Seeing no comments, the order of business is hereby approved. As chair of the Committee on Hemispheric Security of the Organization of American States, I am very pleased to inaugurate this joint session with the Inter-American Defense Board on Women, Peace, and Security. In recent decades, the General Assembly of the OAS has aimed to promote the full and equal participation of women in development processes, government entities, and in the inter-American system itself. Although the CSH regularly addresses issues related to security and defense in the hemisphere and incorporates a gender perspective, it was not until 10 March 2022, on the commemoration of International Women's Day, that the committee, for the first time, held a special meeting on women's leadership in hemispheric security. The objective was to analyze the role that women play in implementing security and defense actions. These are areas where they have not predominated historically. At that meeting, we had the participation of the Executive Secretariat of SIM, Alejandra Mora Mora, who was also with us today. At that meeting, we also had 8 experts from the hemisphere who shared their experience and outlook on public security, law enforcement, the world drug problem, the fight against money laundering, disaster management, fighting human trafficking, fighting terrorism, and defense. The Inter-American Defense Board has also carried out activities in order to reflect upon the effective integration of women in the armed forces and to promote those activities where women have real participation in the military area. and we will hear about that from them later. Based on that precedent, the CSH agreed in its work plan approved on 15 December 2022 to convene with the Inter-American Defense Board in order to hold a joint meeting to shed more light on the role of women in the development and strengthening of institutions, to broadly disseminate this issue, avoid duplication of efforts, and use our resources appropriately. The topic of this meeting is the influence of women on the development of security and defense institutions, challenges and good practices. At this meeting, we have 7 experts for the hemisphere with us. They will share with delegations how women's leadership has influenced implementation of the tasks of the institutions in which they work. They will also speak about their entity's experience in women's professional development. The Office of the Secretariat of the Inter-American Defense Board and the Secretariat of Multidimensional Security will also report on progress made in implementing mandates that promote policies, gender equality, and promoting women to leadership positions, as well as identifying good practices and challenges. I'd like to note that this chair has made arrangements for this session to be broadcast over the social networks of the OAS and the IADB in order to have a broad an audience as possible. The video will remain online later on. Colleagues, nearly 25 years ago, we adopted Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council on Women, Peace, and Security. To achieve peace, no effort will be enough without the full, meaningful, and effective participation of women and youth. Resolution 1325 from 2000, as well as the 9 subsequent resolutions in this area, analyze the participation of women in peace processes and decision-making in the area of international peace and security. They also address the protection and addressing of women's special needs, the special needs of women and girls in conflict and post-conflict situations. Since the adoption of this resolution, we have seen undeniable progress for women in this area. However, we continue to face major challenges, and unfortunately, in some instances, we have seen setbacks. That is why it is important to recognize the efforts being carried out in the Americas to emphasize this agenda. In recent years, 6 countries in the region, including Mexico, have adopted at least one national plan of action. And while this is not enough, it is a milestone that we should highlight. Promoting synergy between multilateral organizations should also take into account the new peace agenda of the UN Secretary General. This agenda aims to focus security policies on women and girls, and thereby promote greater participation by women in activities that focus on prevention and peace building. The challenges that we are facing today include the proliferation of conflicts, continued violations of human rights, among others, are very closely linked to the violation of women's rights and the deep-seated misogyny that we see throughout the world. We should reiterate the importance of fighting and denouncing misogyny that women continue to face and which can be seen in the abuses and discrimination that women face in the street, at home, at the workplace, and online day after day. But we must also challenge social, political, and economic structures and norms that sustain it. In addition, women's participation in peace processes and their influence on decisions that affect their lives continues to be very much delayed, which is a real obstacle to achieving inclusive, lasting, sustainable peace. When we strengthen women's resilience and leadership, we all benefit, including children and men. Women are agents of change that promote peace and development. There is no peace without development, and we cannot have development without peace. This session will allow us to reiterate our region's commitment to put women's participation at the heart of our activities. I invite you to listen closely to our speakers and to actively participate in the dialogue that we will have afterwards. A very warm welcome to you all. Let us begin our session. I would now like to give the floor to the Director General of the Secretariat of the Inter-American Defense Board, General Porfirio Fuentes Velez, who is representing the IDB and will provide some opening remarks. General, you have the floor. Good morning and thank you. Ambassador Luz Elena Baños Rivas, Permanent Representative of Mexico to the OAS and Chair of the Committee on Hemispheric Security. Maria Carmen Roqueber, Permanent Representative of Panama to the OAS and Vice Chair of the CSH. Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women. Ambassador Adam Lamb, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission Against Drug Abuse. General James Taylor, Director General of the Inter-American Defense College. Ambassadors of the OAS and delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board. Representatives from academia and civilian organizations who are joining us today online and in person. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, 8 March, we commemorated International Women's Day. In addition to the festivities, this date marks the important political fight for women. 100 years ago, we saw initial movements organized by women to demand their participation in society as well as their full development as people alongside men. The UN adopted a resolution and declared International Women's Day as March 8th to recognize and commemorate a day for women's rights and international peace. Today, from that historic time until now, we have institutionalized many rights for women. We must do more to close gaps and eliminate barriers that still exist. The UN and the OAS are working towards gender equity and have adopted resolutions and commitments that make up the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. The Committee on Hemispheric Security and the Inter-American Defense Board join these commitments to promote women's inclusion fully in all areas of human activity and at every level of decision-making. Through this significant and meaningful event, experts and panelists will share their knowledge as well as lessons learned on the important topic of women and their influence on the development and security and defense institutions. The IADB will take note of these contributions in order to take action to strengthen its women, peace, and security and agenda in line with UN Resolution 1325 and various OAS mandates, so that we can propose new and innovative ways that will help member states include women in all peace and security processes, from prevention to conflict resolution. Similarly, through the Inter-American Defense College, which is the main academic body of the board, we will continue to train military officials, national police, and civilian staff in various agencies across the Americas. And we will train these individuals to hold high-level positions. We have seen 62 graduating classes, several hundred students from countries across the hemisphere, And of these, 149 of these students have been women, and they have returned to their countries and governments and have gone on to work as ministers, presidents, and some have become generals themselves. Through these contributions, we can ensure that defense and security as a concept will continue to evolve. Given political and strategic thinking in different countries, and we will see or look at how women have influenced the development of security and defense institutions, which have traditionally been dominated by men. In my personal experience, as over 40 years in the armed forces, since women have joined military institutions, they have played a fundamental role in various activities carried out for defense, public security, disaster management, promotion of human rights, arms regulation, peace operations, among many others, where they have done exceptional work. We should also note that one of the main contributions in this area that I have seen in my 40 years of experience working with men and women is that we have seen decision-making by women at political, operational, and tactical levels. They have been able to successfully integrate the highest levels of the armed forces. There's still much work to be done, but we believe that women's inclusion creates more opportunities that will help create lasting peace in the hemisphere and throughout the world. I would like to recognize and express thanks for Ambassador Elena Baños-Rivas, the chair of the Committee on Hemispheric Security, for introducing this topic and this important meeting on the agenda on women, peace, and security to commemorate International Women's Day. These activities will allow us to create a community of practice. We will exchange knowledge and strategies and focus on gender mainstreaming so that we can have timely responses to changing circumstances that increasingly affect security and defense institutions in the hemisphere. Lastly, I would like to give a warm welcome to all of our speakers and our audience members. I am certain that we will all learn a great deal from the experiences and knowledge that will be shared. Thank you very much. Thank you, General, for that important message. I would now like to give the floor and welcome the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Committee on Women, Alejandra Mora Mora, who will give us a few words of welcome. Good morning. Thank you, Ambassador, for this invitation and this meeting. Ambassador Roqueber, General Fuentes Vélez, thank you for those inspiring words. There is a great deal of recognition for women. I also like to thank Adam Lamb and the delegations and missions present here today.
I would like to begin paying tribute to the women that are in the security corps. This is a tribute that has to do with the courage to enter into spaces where men predominate and that women are barely starting to transform these spaces, but there's still some resistance to the process. So recognition, I'd like to recognize all these women and those who are personally here right now who represent so many other women, huge amount of women who are making this number grow, that is women in these corps. The Inter-American Commission of Women was the result of 95 years ago. We're commemorating our 95th anniversary this year. It was the first body in the world that whose purpose was to work on women's rights. The legacy of women and the Inter-American Commission of Women to discussions everywhere is the concept of equality. This concept of equality has to do with whether women can achieve the same rights of women, but it has to do with men, because this is a worldwide issue. This is an issue that is incumbent upon both men and women to address. And so the issue of equality, we have to have both men and women discussing it. So I was asked to speak a bit about what Women, Peace, and Security program is about. And I want to begin by saying the influence that we've had on the concepts and the development of security and defense institutions is on the foundation of our own experiences. Years of socialization in the private sector have provided us different differentiated factors. We're the ones who take care of the home. We're the caretakers of the children. We raise the children. We're those who try to pinpoint conflicts and solve them. And those are skills that if you move it to the public arena, are quite strategically important. But this also is linked to the experience of being victims of violence because we have the body of women, or because of our bodies as women. This is a determinative element in the experience of women, but not remain in this violence, but to convert the pain of a painful experience against women to create resilience and to emerge from there and to turn settings into more favorable ones for other women. And there's been a process of exclusion from power, where you will see that in these spaces there's mainly men, and there may be just 3 women only who are presidents of countries at this time. And all these experiences lead to a differentiated view, which are sort of reflected in this different route, which is this agenda of women, peace, and security. But it isn't only a response to this historical marginalization of women in the area of security and peace, but it's an opportunity to change views and solutions and opportunities. When you open up women to this field, you can see there's more prevention and consolidation of peace and better negotiation. 20 years ago, approximately, the UN adopted the first resolution on this, Resolution 1325. And then after that, there's been at least 10 further resolutions that I'd like to reflect at this time, just briefly about, just to warm us up for further discussion. There's 3 pillars, fundamental pillars of this discussion that are of absolute importance with regard to security. The first one would be the need for participation and representation of women. There is an imbalance in the historic distribution of political power, not only in societies, but in each one of our organizations. And in the field of the police forces as well, where women, for example, there's not more than 20% of the staff, and they're not even 10% in decision-making positions, and they're not higher than 15% as members of the armed forces. We realize, therefore, that there's an imbalance of women in these areas. And why, if we're half of the population? And why and security has to do with us as well. So we have begun to push for the need and for a response to transform the presence of women, not only as a right and not only as a numeric presence, but as an element to have a more comprehensive view of security than that of men that have had for thousands of years, who have been in these decision-making positions. This transformation of institutions is not only with regard to policies and procedures, but also it's fundamental that the culture also be transformed. This is where stereotypes emerge from, and this is where they perpetuate themselves, and this is their organizational culture, where we must have a profound transformation take place. The other element that, in our view, is very important for this program, which at the Inter-American Commission of Women, we in women, peace, and security is the prevention perspective that we bring to the table. Transfer the culture of impunity so it ceases to be a seal, a hallmark of crimes of violence, particularly sexual violence against women, and which is deeply seated in all stereotypes and myths. And so this is the transformation of this culture of impunity, which must be central to public policies and national security plans. And it's also the participation and voices of women and must take place in the spaces where these acts of violence take place, settings, to be able to work on this from this perspective. And and the most powerful instrument that we have in the region plays a fundamental role to fight against violence is the Convention for the Prevention and Investigation and Punishment and Reparation of Violence Against Women, which is a masterpiece of the Inter-American Commission of Women, which was approved more than 20 years ago by this OAS. The importance, therefore, of this security sector, which is judicial, military, and police, it involves the protection of rights, and also we must place access to justice as well. Here, together with more than 80% of cases of sexual violence in almost all countries are dismissed. We've also discussed here the need to make transparent, and when we're talking about this, to produce data and statistics and looking at sexual violence in a area where the resolution of peace and security in women is the post-conflict conflict situations. And we continue with training as well. And the third thing I want to raise is the issue of protection. And here we once again see the need to have these conflicts of conflict, pre-conflict, conflict, and post-conflict. And this is an approach which is focused on survivors. This is an approach that is focused on reparation, care, attention, legal support. And this is a view which has to do with that the absence of peace makes things much more complex in our countries. And there's also a harkening back of this phenomenon of security as the result of sectoral issues that we're experiencing after this pandemic, where there's been polarization that's been exacerbated between people who live in the different countries. There's been exacerbation of the problems of hunger, poverty, conflicts, climate change, deterioration of environmental deterioration. All of these are threats to the security of human beings, and therefore there must be include this holistic view of the concept of peace and the need as well to bring back a sector that's denouncing and civil society should be involved, and how civil society should, which has been working voluntarily in these settings, is a victim of violence itself, and spaces where you promote and violate human rights. Lastly, these spaces of violence, and we particularly spoke about this at a meeting in New York about what's happening with digital violence, but it's becoming exacerbated and growing deeper in this online world we've created, where we have many personal relations where we conduct our work, but also where violence can be recreated. And the entire concept of security in the digital setting has to do with property and not lives, and physical integrity and sexual integrity of the individual, particularly of women. To wrap up, I'd like to express the commitment of the SIM to cut across, to bring all these things to bear across everything, and these silenced voices of women, and make them heard. And we must tell you that last November we produced Roads to Peace and Security for Women. It's an agenda for the Americas, which is where we take stock of historically of where this has been on the agenda and what are the results of the agenda of women, peace, and security. We launched a virtual course at that time as well, where we can share with you all to address this women, peace, and security agenda. And we also are building, together with the women's movement, a instrument to collaborate with Colombia on the second part that's in its national plan of women, peace, and security. And so we will continue to engage in the partnerships and deal with the sensitivity so that to transform the world, to have a possibility to live in a world of peace and security. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much for your message. After listening the Director General of the Secretariat of the Inter-American Defense Board and the Executive Secretary of the SIM, I hereby open this joint meeting. We're sure that we hear next will be of interest to all the delegations that are taking part in this meeting, as well as the public has joined us through the networks of the OAS and the IADB. Continuing with our order of business, we will receive next the distinguished panelists who we have requested for 7 minutes to speak and share with the delegations as how leadership of women has had a bearing on compliance with the tasks of the institution that they work at, as well as the experiences of their entities in professional development of women. I give the floor at this time to our first invited guest, Dr. Nadine Gassman, who is the president of the National Institute of Women of Mexico. Dr. Gassman is a Mexican activist, feminist, and defender of the rights of persons and of vulnerable people with a gender perspective, intercultural and intersectional point of view. She has a doctorate in public health from Johns Hopkins University and a professor of public health at Harvard. She has 4 decades of solid professional experience in public, private, academic, and civil society sectors and at international organizations. Dr. Gassman, welcome. It's a true honor to have you join us here at this forum. You have the floor.
Doctora Nadine, si fuera.
Nadine, please, could you ask for the floor one more time on your console?
Listo, muchas.
Great, perfect. Thank you very much. I apologize for these technical issues that I was just having. Thank you very much, Ambassador Luz Helena Bañas Rivas, for this introduction. I'd like to greet to the representatives of the committee and the different committee on hemispheric security and of the Inter-American Defense Board. Congratulations in your capacity as chairman, ambassador, and also welcome General Director of the IADB Secretariat and Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women. I would like to congratulate the organization for holding this meeting, which enables us in the framework of International Women's Day to recognize the importance of the role that we play in peace, security, and defense, as well in the need to incorporate more and more in these topics, as has been explained. The government of Mexico, in order to recognize and promote the participation of women as agents of change and peace builders and democracy and security, we have implemented several different actions nationally and internationally, which foster women's full participation in peacekeeping actions with a human rights and gender and intersectional and multicultural perspective, as well as a territorial appropriateness, as Lopez Obrador, our president, says, no, not leave any woman at rest and not leave any woman out. And we also are very happy, and we're seeing the importance that's being attached to this, as Alexandra said, that the first time we have a woman as Secretary of Public Security, and who's doing a very important job in incorporating a gender perspective in all the activities of her secretariat. And also, as the ambassador has pointed out, in keeping with a women, peace, and security agenda as a result of Resolution 1325, Mexico has for the first time a national action plan to implement this resolution. As a result of this plan, we presented under the Secretariat of LC, which is a women's secretariat, a project to knock down the barriers that women face in their professional careers in the armed forces and in other security institutions, as well as to take part in peacekeeping operations, UN peacekeeping operations, that is, and region-wide. And in keeping with our feminist foreign policy, we are fostering the creation of the network of women mediators linked to the Ibero-American Secretariat. This network is trying to place women in as important agents in the prevention of conflicts and peace building, and emphasizes is the differentiated impact on the lives of women of this phenomena. In Mexico, we're convinced that to achieve a status of peace and full guarantee of peace, we have to implement a preventive program in communities. In this way, women and girls build on a daily basis processes that nurture this type of peace and security program, and organize programs to take advantage of synergy between territory, culture, and social fabric. So since 2019 in the National Women's Institute, we established a close relationship with the Secretariat of Public Security in our country for the purpose that peace and security are fostered with a gender-based approach. This coordinated approach has strategies of these networks of women peace building, which focuses on actively involving women in processes of rebuilding the social fabric at the community level from the perspective of the prevention of violence against women and building peace, promoting pacts and agreements and engagement and dialogue with women and authorities. The purpose of this is for every network of women peace builders puts together a community plan whereby we rebuild the social fabric, prevention of violence and peace building at the locale, as I've said. And in 2020, we achieved some 200 some odd networks, and hundreds of municipalities have been built where many women take part, and 265 further networks and 151 municipalities in the states of Mexico with more than 5,000 women involved. And last year, thanks to the efforts we've made to improve this strategy, we achieved the creation of 623 networks and strengthening 214. And in total this year, the participation of more than 20,000 women peace buildings have been created throughout the nation in order to listen closely and actively to women who make up these networks. We've held 2 national meetings where we've conducted dialogue with federal and local authorities and with allies, bodies. We also provide support to participants to strengthen for capacity building with regard to leadership skills. We also have a capacity building initiative where we've called upon more than 550 women from 110 networks who are located in 86 municipalities of 20 different Mexican entities or states. We have conducted field visits and reaching out to different network in the municipalities to get to know the facts on the ground and what their needs are. Our strategy has created a mechanism of consolidation of public policies which are aimed at the participation of women in the design and response to public security and transformation of social fabric. With this initiative, we recognize women as political agents who have a bearing on public space. After listening to these women peace builders, we've learned that we must continue to build to move this initiative forward. Women have been identified that there still is a need to change practices and symbolic constructs to appreciate their contributions with a different viewpoint and appreciate them in communities. It's urgent for them to provide training on a gender perspective to all public officials of states and municipalities so they can be partners to these networks. In the government of the Fourth Transformation of Mexico, we are convinced that peace is not possible without the participation of women. And therefore, we must step up our efforts to renew our commitments to listen to women's voices and reflect on what has worked to build peace and how we can enhance the situation of women in this regard. I'm very grateful to you for this opportunity to share this with this group. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Gassman, for sharing these experiences. Let's now receive Commissioner Eric Madriz, National Director of the Penitentiary Police of Costa Rica, who is part of the main team of program of mentorship of women, police women, Pancha Carrasco of the Ministry of Public Security. The Commissioner Madriz has broad experiences as a operational officer and chief of police forces of her country, where she's represented at international police meetings in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, Dominican Republic. Commissioner Madriz, you have the floor. I don't see you have requested the floor just yet. If you're hearing us now, at the bottom of your screen, there you go. Now you have. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thank you. Good morning, Ambassador. And the Director General of the Secretariat of the IADB, General Porfirio Fuentes Vélez, and greetings to the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women, Alejandra Mora Mora, and other senior officials that are present here at this important conference, and everyone who's taking part, my colleagues from other countries who are taking part as panelists, special invited guests. It is a huge honor for me to be able to share with you all this space, which will enable me to show you what is the route laid out in Costa Rica with regard to gender. And that is in Costa Rica and institutions, so that each day we're able to try to close the gender gap more and more that we face every day, particularly in the police setting, which has been mentioned. These have been mostly men occupying these spaces thus far, and there's been a struggle by women before us, and they have gained some, but And there's been important positions that have been taken on by women in the police of Costa Rica, however. Okay, please put up my presentation.
Puede continuar. Gracias.
You can continue there. When I was talking about the gender root, as I called it, it's important for you to know that my country, in this case, Costa Rica, our president of the Republic, Rodrigo Chavez Robles, on October 27th of 2022, he announced the route and the area of gender, the roadmap we were going to follow. And to make it possible for institutions, the institutions of the country, to follow a roadmap and to build the plan to combat discrimination against women in our country. This roadmap to combat harassment against women is a task of each and every Costa Rican, and mostly of all the highest level women whose responsibility it is at. They must undertake the commitment enables us to see what's happened during this and have zero tolerance, and we must put forward better access to justice in the worst moments during the pandemic, for example, when there's been horrible gender violence, gender-based violence. It's important to know what the planks of this national strategy, which are a communication strategy. This is very visible in different areas of the country. It's visible on public transportation and in other settings where we and also another plank is technology as a tool for psychological aid at different these centers that are available to women and to victims. And in this, with this strategy we're implementing in the country, we also currently have 31 centers throughout the country where we can provide assistance when there are complaints of gender-based violence. Next slide, please. Under this national strategy, we want to underscore the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice and Peace, which is where at this time I am located as the National Director of the Penitentiary Police. But I want to clarify here that for 27 years I have worked at the Ministry of Public Security, and for 4 years I was called upon to lead the Penitentiary Police of the Ministry of this ministry. This portfolio has the responsibility to prevention and security. One of the most important tasks of our Vice Minister for Peace is the institutional table in laying out this roadmap, gender-based roadmap. And so the gender roadmap makes it important to know a particular directive to be able to create this technical group whose purpose has laid out a plan from 2022 to 2026. And so the Vice Minister of Peace is in charge of this, Sergio Sevillo. But the 8 planks that have been laid out for this are public policy for indigenous people with a gender-based approach and respect for the rights of children and adolescents. This enables us to deal with indigenous people and bring about opportunities, particularly provide protection to children and adolescents, and be able to work with a gender perspective with this population, because we view it as an opportunity and a major responsibility.
I would like to say a few words about our legal framework. There is a decree regarding institutions and the importance of having gender equality across institutions. We have the Ministry of Justice and Peace, and we also have other policies on gender and equality. We have a protocol for the prevention and whistleblowing of sexual assault and psychological harassment. That is also part of the Ministry of Justice and Peace. I have the honor to lead the penitentiary police. We have 4,000 officers, men and women. We have many women who have joined the penitentiary police, and a little bit later on, I'll talk about some of the efforts that we have carried out within the penitentiary police to generate good practices in order to empower female police officers so that they can hold different positions and be involved in decision making. Next slide. Speaking of best practices, I would like to talk about a program that we are working on for female police officers in Costa Rica. This program was created by the Ministry of Public Security. I am one of the founders of the steering team for this program for female police officers. The program is known as Pancha Carrasco. She was one of our national heroes. Within this program, we have noted that women police officers have particular needs. Issues involving uniforms, infrastructure, insurance. We face a lack of respect, a lack of opportunities as female police officers. People tell us that we can't drive vehicles, we can't attend such and such a meeting. So we carried out a diagnostic assessment of these issues as part of the program. This allowed us to visualize our needs. In 2019, we started the program and we brought in a coach who's like our mother, and she has helped us to set up this program. And to date, we have trained about 10,000 women, and we are working with the next generation of female police officers. And we have been able to meet with these female police officers and work on issues and provide a sense of sisterhood as well as mentorship. This program has enabled us to promote a real transformation for female police officers. The program has helped them get a sense of the opportunities that exist for their growth, and the program has helped them in this development process. We have just issued a third round of certification. This really reflects a major effort that we have made, and we've gotten a lot of assistance from strategic friends and partners of the program. And we hope to extend this to other police forces. The ministry is in the process of certifying 2 mentors for the penitentiary police and creating another program for mentors from our steering team, which is made up of 15 women from various bodies of the National Police. Here you see the different pillars of our work at the bottom left-hand side of the screen, and we can move on to the next slide. Here you see a few figures regarding female police officers. within the penitentiary police, and within the Ministry of Public Security. Next slide, please. I do apologize for interrupting. We've gone through our 7 minutes. If you wouldn't mind wrapping up, because we only have interpreting services until 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Of course, I'll continue. Next slide, please. Lastly, we can look at a few of the challenges that we face as female police officers in Costa Rica. The idea here is to continue our commitment to implement Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council through the Ministry of Justice and Peace, and contribute to the development of a national plan. Another challenge is that we need to continue incorporating female police officers in decision-making roles. We need to implement the mentoring program for women officers in the penitentiary police, Pancha Carrasco, and we need to work on a training process to incorporate some of the first female police officers in the Special Police Intervention Brigade. That is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much, Commissioner, and congratulations on all the progress that you've made. I would now like to give the floor to Christine Saint-Pierre, Gender Equality and Intersectional Advisor from the Canadian Defense Academy. She is a trainer in the area of gender equality and women, peace, and security. She has worked with international organizations and Canadian organizations, as well as government institutions and universities in the area of gender analysis and incorporating a gender perspective in programs, projects, and policies. She has provided training on gender equality and women, peace, and security. She has worked with police organizations and peace-building organizations in America, in Latin America, and Sub-Saharan Africa, and more recently in Ukraine, supporting a police development program that is led by Canada, which saw the creation and launch of the Ukrainian Association of Women for Law Enforcement. Ms. Saint-Pierre, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, and it's a pleasure. Oh. Is there feedback?
Yes.
There you go. Okay. Thank you. Thank you and good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to present on advancing women, peace, and security through defense education. I'm Christine Saint-Pierre, Gender Equality and Intersectional Advisor with the Canadian Defense Academy. I would like to first begin by acknowledging that I am joining this meeting today from Ottawa, Canada, which is on the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe people. To recognize the land is an expression of gratitude and appreciation to those whose lands we reside on, and a recognition of the original people who have been living and working on the land from time immemorial, and to affirm our commitment and responsibility to improving our relationships. And I believe there's a presentation, or perhaps not. I can continue. Ah, there you go. Thank you. So next slide, please. So the Canadian Armed Forces has a responsibility to integrate the guidance provided by UN resolutions on women, peace, and security into its operational planning, the conduct of its missions, but also across its institutions. And it does so in a number of ways, first and foremost through the implementation of Canada's National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security. But in addition, in 2016, Canada's Department of National Defence adopted a directive for integrating Resolution 1325 and its related resolutions into the Canadian Armed Forces planning and operations and across its institutions. So this includes as well the implementation of gender-based analysis plus across the department and the armed forces. To advancing diversity
Muchas gracias, embajadora Lucelena Baños Rivas. Buenos días, estimados colegas y participantes. Es un gusto saludarlos. En nombre del Perú, deseo agradecer por la invitación a esta importante reunión en la que el tema central es la participación de las mujeres en temas o en espacios sobre seguridad y defensa. Un espacio en el que nosotras podemos, como ya lo hemos demostrado, podemos desarrollarnos de manera óptima. Quisiera pedir, por favor, a los representantes si pudieran proyectar mi presentación para no perder más tiempo y cumplir con el tiempo previsto para mi presentación. Muchísimas gracias. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, yo quiero empezar mi presentación haciendo de conocimiento cuáles son los lineamientos de posición de mi país respecto a la resolución 1325, el cual para nosotros es importante, ¿no? El Estado peruano se encuentra firmemente comprometido con la eliminación de todo tipo de violencia, incluida la violencia sexual. Es por ello que viene tomando acciones y viene realizando actividades a fin de cumplir con este compromiso a través de la aplicación de la normativa nacional. En particular, tenemos la Política Nacional de Igualdad de Género, tenemos también el Plan Nacional contra la Violencia de Género, la Política Nacional de Lucha contra la Trata de Personas y el Plan Nacional contra la Trata de Personas. Este marco normativo se encuentra acorde con los instrumentos internacionales del cual mi país es Estado parte. Tenemos la Agenda 2030, tenemos también la Convención sobre la Eliminación de toda forma de discriminación contra la mujer, la Convención Interamericana para prevenir, sancionar y erradicar la violencia contra la mujer, conocida como la Convención de Belén do Pará, entre otros instrumentos. Siguiente, por favor. Como todos sabemos, la resolución 1325 está enfocada en la Agenda Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad. Al respecto, el Perú ha avanzado considerablemente en la implementación de esta resolución, dada la importancia que otorga el papel de las mujeres en todas las iniciativas encaminadas al mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad internacional, regional y en especial la seguridad nacional. Y por qué no decir la seguridad ciudadana también, que tanta preocupación nos genera actualmente a los estados. Mi país actualmente viene impulsando la participación activa de la mujer peruana en la gestión de conflictos. Para ello se ha visto por conveniente incorporar este objetivo en la Política Nacional de Igualdad de Género, a fin de no crear una nueva política nacional y duplicar los esfuerzos, ¿no? Asimismo, viene realizando acciones y adoptando medidas a fin de incrementar el número de personal femenino en las Fuerzas Armadas y Policía Nacional.
In the National Police and Armed Forces. Next slide, please. On this slide, I wanted to show you a few of our national laws regarding women's participation in the armed forces. Gender mainstreaming in the armed forces is a process that has begun at the national level, and we've seen changes to various organizational structures. And we've seen this in various sectors at the national level. However, there is a debate over the traditional roles attributed to genders in the military specifically and in the area of defense. As you may know, Peru has a legal framework regarding women's participation, as well as other aspects of that process and the development of women in the military sector. There's also a law regulating the access of women to schools for officers and NCOs. We also have laws regarding the punishment of sexual harassment in military institutions and pre- and postnatal leave for female staff members. Next slide, please. On this slide, you see laws regarding the national police in the area of gender. This was not as complicated a process as we saw in the military. Laws have been approved to allow women to be part of the police force and to protect their rights. As you can see, these processes have included various legal frameworks to fight gender discrimination. We have set up disciplinary codes regarding sexual assault and harassment, and we've created fora to better integrate women in various relevant sectors. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see two tables. Particularly in the first, you can see that the first women who joined the armed forces were as professionals, and this is in 1997. In the second table, following the law on women in officer and NCO schools, we see women as part of the armed forces in command bodies. The Navy was the last body to integrate women in 1999. 25 years have gone by since the initial laws were passed, and there is still work to be done. Women have joined the police force as officers, and this started in 1992. Next slide, please. In my presentation, I also wanted to address the highest ranks that women have reached in the armed forces. According to our legal framework, the access to the highest military ranks is provided for both genders. However, women have not always reached the highest ranks despite having joined the armed forces, and this is due to various factors regarding promotions. Women have been able to rise in the ranks. As you can see in this table, for officers, women have become colonels and captains. In the police, we saw 2 female officers who held the highest rank of general. Next slide. It is also important for Peru to focus on women's participation in peace operations. Starting in 2004, our armed forces saw the integration of women as observers and members of headquarters in Africa or chiefs of staff. Women have supported peace operations and have supported a company of infantry in MINUSCA. Peru has achieved many of the objectives set by the UN, and we have even exceeded the averages set for women's participation in terms of military observers and chiefs of staff. You can see the various percentages: 43.75% for military observers, and the UN target is 19%. In terms of our contingents, we've achieved 10.96% for women's participation, and the UN target was 9%. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Here you can see the deployment of women in SECOPAS activities. Next slide. Next. On this slide, I'd like to say a few words about my work and my experience as a coordinator of the National Committee against the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, ammunition, explosives, and other related materials. This is a national mechanism that addresses issues of defense and security. It includes 8 sectors related to this issue, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of the Interior through the National Police, as well as other agencies for arms control. I am the coordinator of the National Committee, and I also work on the issue of chemical weapons, which is a topic for another time. I've been working in this capacity for over 12 years. Initially, we focused on activities with the military and the national police because this was not an easy job to take on, but through a great deal of effort, we have good communication and synergy and a lot of participation. We have carried out training processes at the national level regarding firearms control and other actions. The goal here is to contribute to measures carried out by Peru to combat the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms. I have also represented Peru in bilateral mechanisms and activities with other countries. I've also coordinated working groups on this issue, especially with border countries such as Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, and Chile. Next slide, please. I do apologize, says the chair. I am sorry to interrupt, but our time is running out and we only have 7 minutes for each presentation. So very respectfully, would you mind concluding your presentation now? Of course, Ambassador. Let's just go to the last slide, which I think is important to discuss, just to mention a few of the challenges that we're facing. Let's go to the challenges. As you can see in this last slide, we have challenges that we need to work on so that we can meet our obligations to the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. These include the following: disseminating Resolution 1325 at all levels of government, private organizations, and civil society. Next, empowering women through the participation in conflict resolution, peace building, and other peace-building processes, fostering women's participation in all decision-making areas, increase the number of trainings on gender mainstreaming in the defense and security sector, and finally, increase women's participation in security and defense institutions. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you all for your patience, and I give the floor back to you.
Yes. Thank you very much for your important presentation, and congratulations to your country for the advancement in the hierarchical level of women in these institutions. Now, let us welcome General of Carabineros Maria Teresa Raya Jimenez, who's the chief of the region of Ñuble, who will speak about training and exercise of leadership of women in Carabineros in Chile. She is here in person, and we're very happy to hear from her about the role of command and a gender approach to disaster response. She graduated in 1991 from the Carabineros School, and she's served in many positions in citizen security and criminal investigation. Madam General Araya Jimenez, you have the floor. Your microphone, please, if you would activate it.
Aló, aló. Sí.
Good morning to each and every one of you, the senior officials, and those who are joined us remotely. I join into and to those who thanked Ambassador Lucelena Banya for giving me the floor. I want to talk about the influence of women in Carabineros of Chile. I want to tell you that the state of Chile, there's a Ministry of Interior and Public Security, which is in charge of interior homeland security throughout the national territory, and it also coordinates and materializes its functions. Designating the forces of order and security, where there's two police. There's the civilian police and is in charge of investigation and policing. And we, as Carabineros of Chile, we're a uniform police of a uniform nature, and we're preventive and police. And both police forces are part of the mandate of the political constitution of the Republic, and to enforce a guarantee of public domestic peace and security for citizens. So Carabineros of Chile deploys all the logistic and human resource and resources to be able to comply with this constitutional mandate. In this next slide, please. And we are now going to talk about some figures, general figures from 2022 of socio-police crimes. Why do we call them socio-police connotation crimes? Because they generate more fear and insecurity among citizens, and they are homicides, robbery, bodily harm, and etc., and rapes and homicides and thefts. But we have 460,000. We have 460,000 crimes in 2022. It was 45% more than in 2021. But next slide, please. To compare, if we compare these statistics with what we had in 2021 to 2022, we can see that there's an increase of 45%. But if we compare it with years such as that are comparable to 2018 and 2019, we have a drop of 13% in these crimes. So why in the intervening years did this happen? Because this was when the pandemic was at its worst. So this, we see here the activities that Carabineros of Chile performs its job at natural disasters and other disasters. And I've dealt with these in January and February. We had forest fires, more than 1,000 cases of forest fires where we had to deal with this. Next slide. The experience was first person, I must tell you, because I was in command of all the police forces in the area, and I co-commanded with generals, and there's two generals who are involved with these such operations of forest fires. I must point out to you, it's important to point out to you that we as general, we emphasize different areas of competence. One of the competencies is what we've dealt with over this last period, is the operational side throughout the region. These positions are currently held by men, and today we're 2 women generals who make up this work team, and we're responsible for these regions. It's important. Next slide, please. We engaged in significant international cooperation with regard to these disasters, precisely with countries could you go back to the prior slide to show you this international cooperation we engaged in? There. International cooperation and with forest fires and with certain countries and with regard to the expert investigation and police investigations. The Carabineros of Chile are a peer here, and as well as the Spanish police. And then there were also legal experts that joined us with these for Mexico, Portugal, Spain, also joined us. Gender equity is the issue here, and so we want to show you that I'm chief of 2 areas, and we can see the participation of women in these photos. And so we can see in other areas, public security, where we it's absolute importance because we as Carabineros of Chile, 73% of this area is actually carried out by us. Now, with regard to crimes, and crime is a complex and multi-factor and dynamic phenomenon. We have to combat it and address it with all available tools and with a view towards prevention, social prevention, reduce risk factors, and decrease opportunities for committing of these crimes, and control when law enforcement, when there's this, we have to have a police presence and and deploy throughout the territory, and the coverage that we have throughout the country, a criminal analysis and the modality of the crimes with all the tools we have available to us, and indeed jointly with the other entities, we are able to absorb homeland public security or law enforcement responsibilities. And then we have a plan in place to determine the measures of surveillance, operation, deployment, and characterization of police units. All of these tools provide an approach to look at the background and the modality and the place, time, mode, and all these different things that are of great relevance to this type of activity in each community. And so we have 8,000 men and women. We have 1,200 barracks, 10,000 vehicles, and connectivity with data, voice, and video feeds with regard to connectivity. So in 2022, 8 million plus, almost 9 million, an average over 24 of these calls. And then with regard to preventive controls, over 6 mil, and 359,000 people arrested nationally, 41, and then 90,000 weapons were taken out of circulation, almost, and some were voluntary as well. Next, 26,000 kilos of drugs have been seized. 300,000 marijuana plants were also seized. Our virtual police station conducted 873 million online procedures, and 16,000 training courses have been held for human and with regard to modernization, institutional reform and modernization. We've developed different plans over an 8-year period, and in the 4th year we held a major assessment with regard to human rights and human resources. And so the centennial of the Carabineros, we're trying to create a new member of the Carabineros who's professional, effective, efficient, has leadership qualities, and collaborates, and is transparent. The body's transparent, and under a new paradigm. And we also are trying to get, we've set important benchmarks. In 1962, women, for the first time, 5 women in 1962 came onto the Carabineros. Parity along this, under this since 1962. Now we're 6 in the high command, and we have 3,242 administrative professionals who are women, 24% more than prior years of women staffing us. So it's important to say in this effort to modernize, we've made progress in many areas, but the most important is the reason why I am here at this important scenario is that since 2005, when we unified the women's and men's ranks, there used to be a single one for men. And this act in 2005, this was historic. And we brought about full gender equality, and we continue moving forward, always thanking the pioneers from 1962 when those 4 women became members of Carabineros. And today I can't fail to mention my mother, Maria Teresa Jimenez, was one of those 4 women. And she only was able to get up to commander. But in 2021, in October, I was able to become a general like she always hoped to become. And this closes the cycle for the trailblazing women who, with such effort, we reached this goal. Carabineros of Chile has now a total inclusion of women. We have to continue to move forward, though. And since Ricardo Rañez Redeco has announced that we need to go further in next slide, please move forward. I want to mention that indeed, next slide, please. Words lead to realities, and the images add value and emotion. And I want to leave you with a video so you can see the institutional development of Carabineros of Chile and how women have become integrated, and we're heading to parity. And so please, could you show the video before I complete my presentation? Could the video be showed right now?
Bueno, no se puede escuchar, pero las imágenes lo dicen todo.
Images said the development of women in Carabineros of Chile, the development and the 5 trailblazing women who are now generals like myself. This shows you that women can become part of the senior command of these institutions and all the lines of work, both in operations, tactics, and strategy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your invaluable participation in person to show the presence and leadership of women, and with policies of equity and equality. And now I welcome the superintendent of police services of Trinidad and Tobago, Karen Lancaster Ellis, who will talk about challenges and opportunities for women in positions of leadership in our country. The Dr. Lancaster has been in the police for the last 28 years, and currently she's in charge of the Secretariat of the Executive Section. She's worked in Port of Spain in the Department of Criminal Investigation, the Crime Analysis Division, and she's been the Secretary of Planning and Operations in the Fraud Brigade. Ms. Lancaster, you have the floor. I don't see her connected right now, Could you please ask for the floor in the bottom right of your screen? Could you ask for the floor, please? I'd like to ask the secretary, do we have, is her presence? She's not in the room. She's not in the virtual room. So let's move on now to the next speaker, and we will go back to her afterwards. I welcome, therefore, Captain Aida Abala Sixto, International Analyst of the Division of Social Support Division of the Ministry of Defense of Spain. She joined the armed forces in the Navy of Spain in 2006. She was part of the infantry of the Marines of Spain, and among the responsibilities, her position she has is social communication, security, human resources. She's currently linked to study and application of a gender perspective and human rights in the military forces, which she will talk about at this forum. You have the floor, and I ask you to keep to the time that has been set forth for you. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you, generals and all those present. It's going to be very difficult it's a tough act to follow after the general from Chile, who has done a fabulous job in presenting her institution and the situation in a country. It's incredible. But could you please put my presentation up at this time?
Bien, el tema.
The topic I'm going to look at is the situation of women in special circumstances of vulnerability, such as armed conflict and human trafficking. Next, please. And I'd like to begin by just sharing with you very quickly two headlines from television, Spanish television, over the past 2 months. The women raping women as a weapon of war. It's all to terrorize, and this is used as terror to dehumanize and degrade women. I want to share with you this. I want to talk about the concept of vulnerability of women in armed conflicts. It's always very graphic to say with few words what is such an important topic. Okay, first of all, I'm going to divide my presentation up into two sections. First, women in conflicts, victim, actor, and witness, and then trafficking in human beings. And then there'll be a presentation of a new online course, gendered online course. Next, please. Okay, it's important to analyze the term of vulnerable women and girls in armed conflicts, but it's also important to bring up one issue. Women are not the only victims and vulnerable people. We can also, a victim or executioner, we look at. In this image, we show you all the profiles that the earlier speakers have spoken about: women soldiers, women members of guerrilla groups, mediating women. But we should not forget that women are part of terrorist groups. They can be perpetrators of crimes of this violence as well. Of course, fighting against stereotypes. This is what this introduction is about, is to show where women can be victims. And men can be victims as well, because those that don't fight, or if they don't take part, they're considered cowards, and it's difficult in achieving this social canons of masculinity. Next, and of course, we can't speak about women and vulnerability without speaking about Resolution 1325, but we have no time. Other speakers have spoken about it before me, and so I'm going to just move on to the next one. Okay, crimes against human beings, speaking about vulnerable women and girls in conflicts. Why? How can we frame this phenomenon? Okay, women as a vulnerable element can be defined. It can be a deliberate for use for a defined person because they know that their strategic harm can be caused to communities attack them, and it has a lasting effects beyond the conflict. To rape women and girls it can disrupt communities and have long-term effects and exacerbates inequality in the long term. Next. In this field of crimes against human beings, what we're talking about and with regard to the vulnerability of women is sexual exploitation and abuse, which is known as SEA, and conflict-related sexual violence versus gender-based violence, and policies, measures, and zero tolerance implemented and fought for, so to speak, in the UN, hard won, and the NATO and the UN and the European Union and the Inter-American Court, of course, Resolution 2272, which is a very important resolution, which reminds us how we must work, that is, armed forces, to combat and to become and to put in and report these crimes. Human trafficking versus human smuggling is an important distinction to take into account. And also types of crime, sexual exploitation by women, sexual abuse by men as well, but the focus here is women, of course, as the major victims of such offenses, and sexual harassment, where an economic benefit is produced, a social and political benefit vis-a-vis as opposed to exploitation. And sexual abuse has under unequal or coercive conditions, whether by force or by force, whether policies is what governs all these in the international setting arena with regard to our troops and others that are acting in international scenarios. Next, Resolution 2272, as I was mentioning, aims to strengthen prevention through and strengthening its enforcement through reporting mechanisms, investigate allegations, and the fight against impunity, which is an important concept internationally and in the human rights field, and repatriate to military or police units when there is even the most minimum credible evidence of widespread or systematic sexual exploitation and abuse. When I'm talking about armed forces may be involved in such offenses, unfortunately, I have to point out. Next. Okay, I can't linger on anything too much because of the time, but it's important when we talk about vulnerability of women and girls in armed conflicts, it's important to understand sexual violence in situations of conflicts. It's used as a weapon of war, because it harms the structure, it disrupts society's structures, and also gender-based violence when it's used on a individual because of their sexual, because of their gender, biological sex or gender identity. Now let's jump to the last part of my presentation. I want to speak a bit about trafficking in human beings. This is a concept. This is something I could speak at length about, but I'm going to try to be brief. Well, the first thing I want to say is establish a distinction between human smuggling, because there's a clear trend to confuse the two, and that it makes things difficult for us to be effective in the field. So trafficking, human trafficking is not consent. The victim is forced, while human smuggling it's a victim who it calls for this. It voluntarily wants to be moved to another country, from one to another, but the victim is exploited once that victim is but human trafficking is exploiting and for financial gain, but has nothing to do with, or doesn't necessarily move a person from one country to another with human trafficking. But human smuggling is transnational. It goes from one country to another for the purpose of improving their plight in another country. Next slide. As I was saying, human trafficking is there's a lot to be said about it. A lot has been studied, but it affects all countries and so many people, 21 million people, I'm saying. In India, for example, we find millions of women who are prostituted. This type of crime undermines fundamental rights. It destroys fundamental rights in persons themselves. It's against dignity, physical integrity, image and race, and freedom and dignity, beyond sexual exploitation, when it has multiple complex dimensions. We're talking about forced labor, organ trafficking, slavery, and begging. And lastly, with regard to the victim's profile, is not the traditional poor woman with very it's a complex profile, and it varies quite a bit from country to country. Next slide. Excuse me. I would like to remind you that we only have 7 minutes per speaker. I regret having to play this role of police, but we still have so many other items on the agenda left. So could you please wrap up now? Yes, I only have 10 seconds more, Ambassador. I apologize. So I wanted to talk about this advisory course on gender and peace operations. It's from Spanish Defense, is a leader with regard to a gender perspective in such operations. And we've created this course, which will be disseminated in April. It'll be publicized in April. And it's very useful for security forces, particularly for Spanish-speaking officers. Thank you very much. I apologize for taking more time than what I was supposed to have, but it's very difficult, but it's been an honor for me to be part of this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain, for that extremely interesting presentation. I know that we will be very interested in hearing about future activities. I see that the superintendent from the police of Trinidad and Tobago is now connected, Karen Lancaster Ellis. I'd like to give her the floor so that she can give her presentation. You have the floor.
El video se ha ido.
Did we lose the video? I'm asking our technicians. I don't see any image on the screen. The screen is dark.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. All protocols observe. My apologies for the technical glitch. Good morning, buenos dias, bonjour. In an era where we have seen the revolutionizing of crime and violence, the response from agencies must also be innovative if we are to be relevant and successfully address these challenges. As a child growing up, I saw my mother adjust to the opportunities and threats we faced. It is those skills of a woman she brought to bear in the home that was critical to our survival. She would say, when your hand is in the lion's mouth, you must pull it out with ease. Or how can a mother's tender care cease towards the child she bare? Even without a secondary school education, she understood innovation, strategy, flexibility, discernment, rationalization, caring, and love. Without a secondary school education, she recognized the importance and the need to display these characteristics for our survival. I have seen the intervention of female officers in domestic squabbles. They engage in dialogue with disputing parties until those disturbances are quelled. Women understand those complexities and their role as mediators and mitigators. In many of those instances, the male police officers had difficulties in effectively addressing those disputes. It is these characteristics which makes women a critical and necessary arm in security and defense institutions. So when I alluded earlier to the fact that female police officers were able to successfully quell disturbances, it is these abilities which renders women in security and defense indispensable. In this 21st century, where the form, quantity, and quality of crime and violence has changed throughout the Caribbean, it makes it an imperative for us to have an adequate number of females represented in every branch, division, section, and unit of security and defense institutions. The number of women in peace and security must mirror the number of women in our society if successful crime fighting is to be sustained. We must have their input, thoughts, and actions. There was a time when women were not represented in security and defense institutions. Historically, when females were hired to work in security and defense institutions, they were not highly regarded, as these professions were male-dominated and the machismo was evident as women were relegated to secondary roles. Women have been seen as inferior and unable to participate in activities or operations which it was felt required brawn. Traditionally, women police, for example, were recruited to assist school children in crossing the streets and as matrons assisting in investigations of a sexual nature and in dealing with juveniles and female offenders. In those days, women did not have a voice as they were subordinated by their male counterparts and without the recognition or understanding that they had opinions, aspirations, and unique issues. There was still the traditional view that a woman's place was in the home. So women were sexually harassed, seldom promoted, not exposed to many training and development opportunities, and they were often left out of the decision making. Nevertheless, women are now considered to be at the forefront of security and defense, leading teams in dangerous and sometimes physically demanding operations, administrative activities of coordinating, controlling, and directing resources, activities, and personnel. So it was still a proud moment when, in Trinidad and Tobago, we had our first female acting commissioner of police years ago, when all 3 deputy commissioners of police were women, when the first woman police became a bomb technician, when the first civil police officer attained a doctoral degree, and recently when the first female in Trinidad and Tobago was appointed commissioner of police. In 2011, when I wrote my first article entitled Challenges for Women in Law Enforcement, I never thought for one moment that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service would have a female commissioner of police, at least not so soon. So now, 12 years later, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is led by its first female commissioner of police, only the 3rd female commissioner in the Caribbean region. Today, whilst women are represented in many police departments, we are still waiting for similar advances in the upper echelons of other security and defense institutions in the Caribbean. Older women in defense and security have a long way to go. We are well on our way to achieving gender diversity in having an equal representation of men and women in our institutions as we divert from the traditional norms in seeking greater equity and equality in conformance with what is now universally accepted. Nevertheless, women have broken, shattered, and removing the splinters of the glass ceiling to make way for other women to follow. They are indeed breaking barriers and blazing a path. These advances, however, did not come easy, and there still remain many challenges and obstacles in our path. Women are habitually appointed to carry out purely administrative roles. There are occasions when women may be sidelined with preference for the contribution or selection of a male. There still exist pockets of intimidation, jealousy, male superiority, and of course, sexual harassment. However, women have been speaking up, and unwelcome sexual advances are aggressively pursued to ensure it does not recur. I personally recall leading an operation in some hotspot areas and being told that what we were doing was cosmetic. As chauvinistic as it was not a deterrent to do less or change what I was doing, and I wasn't surprised. In fact, it motivated me, it empowered me to do more, not only then, but even now, to ensure we define our role as women so that in the future there can be no misunderstanding of our importance and how integral we are in addressing challenges faced by security and defense institutions. Today, the obstacles are fewer and easier to be addressed, as we now have many women occupying critical positions in security and defense institutions. Further, with the acknowledgement that women play a critical role in security, some security and defense institutions have incorporated aspects of the UN Resolution 1325 as we fulfill the requirements of policy documents such as the National Policy on Gender and Development and the National Action Plan. The importance of the UN Resolution 1325 is underscored as it relates to gender perspectives and the increased participation of women in security and defense, which is integral to the maintenance of peace and the prevention of gender-based violence. By way of example, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service current strategic plan mandates a 25% female representation in all committees, recruitment drives, and training and development opportunities. Unfortunately, many of other security and defense institutions have not yet achieved this level of integration, but we remain hopeful. In conclusion, a reconceptualization of gender in policing is required. With the evolution of policing, roles have been redefined to the extent where police officers, regardless of gender, are involved in every aspect of policing. There still exist, though, pockets of traditional behaviors, and women are still perceived or treated as the silent actors in security and defense. Nonetheless, although female officers are still discriminated against, it is expected that the strategies adopted will see an increase in the participation of women at all levels. Now, more than ever before, women must be respected and what they bring to the table treasured. I caution you, if we fail to be cognizant of this, we will fail our citizenry, whom we have taken an oath to protect and serve. Let me take this opportunity to say thank you, merci, gracias, for this opportunity to share our brief experiences.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Superintendent, for your invaluable participation, and congratulations on your wonderful career. We've heard from all of the speakers here today, their experiences as female leaders in this field, as well as their experience with their institutions, show the path that women have taken to create opportunities in areas that are traditionally occupied by men and where we have seen a disruption in the form of women's participation. This is an ongoing process, and there is no turning back. Let us now turn to what the OAS is doing to implement its mandates regarding women, peace, and security. I'd like to first give the floor to the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Committee against the Control of Drug Abuse, for the Control of Drug Abuse, CCAD, Ambassador Adam Nam, who is representing the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security. He'll provide us a report of activities. Sir, you have the floor.
Ambassador Baños, Ambassador Rocaber, General Fuentes, General Taylor, Executive Secretary Mora, good afternoon to all. It is an honor to represent Secretary for Multidimensional Security Luis Oliveira at this joint meeting and to share with you the important work SMS is doing related to women, peace, and security. Secretary Oliveira is on mission abroad this week and asked me to tell you that he regrets not being present today at such an important meeting whose theme is in line with the values that he personally stands for and which are represented in SMS programming. The promotion of gender equity and equality policies is not only an important goal in and of itself, but also because strengthened equality and equity translate to improved security. Just yesterday, I met with a team from the Inter-American Defense Board led by Brigadier General Fuentes, who spoke in the opening session of this meeting. Among the topics we discussed was CCAD's Inter-American Program for Strengthening Gender Equality in Counter-Drug Law Enforcement Agencies, or GENLEA by its acronym, which promotes gender equity in OAS member states' counter-narcotics agencies. To date, 14 member states have participated in GENLEA. The CCAD Executive Secretary participated in an IADB conference on women, peace, and security in 2021, and General Fuentes and I discussed further cooperation on this topic in our meeting yesterday. The GENLEA project includes assisting member states in setting up gender mainstreaming units, conducting gender assessments or audits, and implementing a monitoring and evaluation system to measure results. GENLEA also features a training component to increase the capacities of female drug control officers throughout the region. GENLEA is just one of several SMS initiatives that seek to strengthen gender equity. Seek Day, for example, promotes the entrance of women into the cybersecurity workforce by holding competitions such as Cyber Women Challenges, which serve to highlight the technical skills of women in this area and to motivate them to participate more actively in what has long been a male-dominated industry. Seek Day is also implementing a 3-year, multi-million-dollar program to support the professional development and empowerment of women working in the cybersecurity field and to ensure that women are not victimized through cyberbullying and other forms of online violence as a result of their growing use and dependence on the internet. Seek Day also promotes the hiring of women to border management positions via career empowerment activities, including them in the maritime, aviation, and cargo sectors, where employment levels for women are often at 10% or lower. This June, Seek Day will host a regional conference in Peru to promote the role of women in customs agencies in the Americas and to encourage the inclusion of gender equality as a permanent agenda item of World Customs Organization meetings in the region. Seek Day's cargo program has seen an increase of female participation in its activities from 15 to 35% over the past 3 years, and in some member states has achieved a 50-50 ratio of female and male officers. 3 of the SMS departments, the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime, the Department of Public Security, as well as Seek Day, are contributing to the project entitled OAS Member State Efforts to Prevent, Investigate, and Counter Criminal Activity linked to the exploitation of Venezuelan refugees and migrants, known by its acronym PCAD. These 3 SMS departments are collaborating closely on this initiative with the Department of Social Inclusion and the Working Group to address the migration and Venezuelan refugee crisis in the region. Beneficiary countries will be encouraged to ensure that at least 50% of the participants designated for all project activities are women, which will result in lasting organizational changes. As a component of PCAD, the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime is focusing on strengthening capacity to prevent and investigate human trafficking and smuggling of migrants and to assist victims of these crimes. And in this context, we'll promulgate guidelines to prevent re-victimization with an approach focused on gender, diversity, and human rights. One of the goals of PCAD is to encourage the employment of more women in the security sector, which will benefit law enforcement organizations by, among other things, increasing responsiveness to the diverse needs of communities, including responses to gender-based crime. A PCAD manual on police migration control activity, which is being put together by the Department of Public Security, will include a specific chapter on gender-based crime related to irregular migration, which will be used to train trainers. Within the framework of the CCAD project, establishment and strengthening of national drug policy, strategies, and plans of action in the Americas, the CCAD Executive Secretariat trained more than 100 women during 2022, including policymakers, judges, prosecutors, and health and social services professionals, helping them become leaders in their countries in promoting drug policies and programs that contribute to increased public security and improved public health. These goals are in line with the OAS Hemispheric Drug Strategy and its corresponding plan of action on drugs. Both documents stress gender equity. Another CCAD project, which concluded in 2022, was entitled Gender in the Criminal Justice System. This project raised awareness and built capacity for the implementation of gender-sensitive alternatives to incarceration for drug-related offenses. A key component of this project was the training of more than 400 policymakers and criminal justice operators, 56% of whom were females. As with CCAD's National Drug Strategies Project, the training of such a large contingent of women will pay dividends for years to come, as those trainees rise to higher levels within their respective governments, and we trust promote gender equitable policies. SMS departments are in frequent contact with the Inter-American Commission of Women regarding programming that promotes gender equity and equality. We greatly value this cooperation, which strengthens the participation and leadership of women who promote peace and security. Finally, I wish to thank all of our donors, without whose support SMS could not execute the programs and projects I have just enumerated. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak at this important event, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Nam, for that report. This committee takes due note. I now give the floor to Lieutenant Commander Darin Machado Senes, who is going to provide a report on activities of the Inter-American Defense Board with respect to the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. Commander, you have the floor, and I would ask my colleagues to please give her the floor. Thank you.
There's no sound. Ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors and members of the delegations and special guests and virtual public, allow me firstly to express gratitude for your presence here at this joint meeting of the Inter-American, of the Committee on Hemispheric Security and the Inter-American Defense Board. I'm Commander Darin of the Brazilian Navy, the first principal advisor to the IACD on gender affairs. And to me, it's an honor to present our Women, Peace, and Security program. Firstly, I would like to thank Ambassador Baños and underscore her tireless work with regard to this topic. This event stands as proof of what we can achieve when women are included in this work setting at work. I would also like to congratulate Ms. Alejandra Mora Mora for the 95th anniversary of SIM for forging paths and building equality. The magnitude of this event makes it clear, makes the commitment of the leadership of the IADB commitment to integrating a gender perspective, fully aware that it's fundamental to achieve the substantial progress and to overcome cultural challenges with regard to in the area of defense and security. Year after year, the IADB has increased participation of women in the delegations of its member states, as well as in its other bodies. Also, the presence of women military officers has taken place progressively and pursuant to the advancement of women in the military career. Explicitly requests member countries to consider women in processes of selection for nominating the respective representatives. In the end, talent doesn't have gender. I present this slide, the women who work today in conducting our important mission, our women delegates, the civilians and military people who work at the House of the Soldier, in the Secretariat, in the President's office, and the militaries, and students and representatives of the college. The ICD, and as the consultative, technical, and educational body on military and defense matters of the hemisphere, and it carries out actions as part of its work plan and courses that I will talk about briefly. With the report of the Southern Command of the United States, we organize every year a publication where we share successful experiences of women in positions of leadership in the armed forces and security forces. The IADB recognize and incentivates exchange of experiences and lessons learned between member countries and recognize the important role played by women in several sectors, such as national defense, public security, and disaster response, disarmament, and peace operations, among others. And as a matter of fact, in our latest edition of our review, we've invited Ambassador Baños as a special guest to write an article to underscore the need to have a commitment of the states to integrating a gender perspective in all policies, programs, and activities of the inter-American bodies, agencies, entities, conferences, and processes that deal with the issues of hemispheric security pursuant to Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council. This publication is available in 3 languages, and it's posted on our internet page. For the purpose of providing a roadmap to operationalize the Women, Peace, and Security agenda in the hemisphere, the Inter-American Defense College launched a podcast, Women, Peace, and Security, created by Freddy Garcia and presented by 2 academicians who are of renowned worldwide, Dr. Vanessa Brown and Dr. Brenda Opperman. These articles are available on different platforms. 2 times a year, the students and officials of the college take part in an introductory course about the MPS agenda. The methods used in the course are based on the U.S. Department of State's method. In seeking professional enrichment and dissemination of best practices, the board takes part in different activities. In this course, carried out in the Paris Center, Vice Admiral Rabelo of the Brazilian Navy, the president of the Council of Delegates, took part as a invited speaker addressing the role of leadership and the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. During the special meeting of the Hemispheric Committee on Hemispheric Security of the OAS. Commander Helen Wambo, the most senior official of the Peruvian Navy, gave a presentation of women's leadership in hemispheric security at the regular meeting of the Council of Delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board in the on the occasion of the 80-year anniversary. The commander, Alexa Pereira of the Peruvian Navy, gave a presentation on a gender perspective in the work of the Inter-American Defense Board. Annually, the board, through the college, promotes an elective course on integration of a gender perspective in the armed forces for government officials and military officers of the hemisphere. This course covers the principles and instruments and tools for implementing the agenda. In order to contribute to increasing or raising awareness about the college is conducting today a workshop on the MPS agenda. The college is also carries out research on women, peace, and security, and the following: the La Plata National University, the Defense School of Brazil, and of Colombia. This group of academic and researchers analyze the effectiveness of women in armed forces and security, and the effectiveness of their participation in peace missions. All of this from a human rights point of view. Consolidating all the lessons learned acquired through the different tools that we've showed here. The board, through the secretariat, conducts a seminar worldwide in order to reflect about the effective integration of women in armed forces and their real participation in military setting, and fulfilling the role of advisor on this topic to the OAS. I want to underscore the role of women in leadership positions and decision making, and inclusion of women in military training schools, and challenges of contributions and strengthening gender equity in the armed forces and in the Americas. These seminars are saved on our webpage on YouTube. More than 3,000 participants have taken part in our seminars, and today 2,000 people have signed up for this seminar. Our next seminar on women, peace, and security is being organized and will take place in the next half of the year. In conclusion, when the Inter-American Defense Board advances its work plan, the MPS agenda, not only do we strengthen the security and defense institutes of the hemisphere, but we also make them more resilient. And the tools are shown here. They're in our work plan, and they are the way to reach our principal strategic objectives, which are leadership and dialogue and exchange and outreach with the member states, and to exchange successful experience, the increase of the network of contacts and focal points on gender, to facilitate the collection of information for the dissemination and mapping of the agenda, and to carry out our development of the National Action Plan. We reiterate our commitment to continue to take actions to incorporate a gender perspective in compliance with our mandate, to promote technical advisory services to the member states, and as well as to support women in the defense forces and security forces of states, and integrate and participate full, equal, and meaningful participation of women at all levels of the hierarchy. As soon as possible, I wish that women and the best, and thank you for your presence in this important meeting on this important topic. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Capitana Machado.
Thank you very much, Captain, for that report. This committee takes due note. Delegates, after listening closely to the presentations by our national experts, as well as to the reports presented by the technical areas of the OAS, it is now time to hear from delegations that wish to take the floor. The member states are the ones that govern this organization, and we cannot limit their time in taking the floor. However, objectively speaking, we do not have much time left for our meeting today, so I would respectfully ask if you could please keep your comments short. And you can, of course, send your full comments in writing to be distributed later on. I offer the floor to the delegation of Paraguay. Thank you, Chair. It is such a pleasure to take part in this meeting today. My delegation welcomes this joint meeting of the CSH and the IADB on the contribution of women to peace and security in the hemisphere, a topic that my country has a great deal to say. Our history cannot be separated from the bravery and patriotism that our women have instilled. My country was engaged in a tragic war known as in the 1800s. And in 1876, in Asunción, thousands of Paraguayan women met to create regional committees to increase and to the war effort. This meeting was the first assembly of women in South America, which is why we celebrate Paraguayan women on February 24th, in addition, of course, to March 8th, International Women's Day. The role of Paraguayan women during that war was not limited to financing the war effort and supporting the army. Women also sewed uniforms, they were nurses, and helped transport troops. They helped to foster a sense of nationalism and patriotism. Their brave actions are exemplary. They received no instruction to act as they did, but they were able to foster a sense of dignity and patriotism. And this is very well known and has crossed borders. My country pays tribute to these heroic women and would like to address some of the challenges facing women through its Ministry of Women, which develops public policies to promote equality between women and men by eliminating obstacles and discrimination against women. In the military area, women have entered military academies as of 2003. And starting in 2012, they have also been able to take other military classes at academies. They have been involved in peacekeeping missions, among others. Today, we have a woman who is a vice minister in the Ministry of Defense. We are also proud to know that the current chair of the Inter-American Committee on Control of Drug Abuse, CCAD, is led by someone from Paraguay, a woman who is the Ministry of the Anti-Drug Committee in our country. Paraguay will continue to carry out actions to promote the cross-cutting issue of gender equality and to ensure access to positions in the fields of defense and security. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Paraguay. I offer the floor to the delegation of Peru. Chair, through you, we would like to express our thanks for this joint meeting on the influence of women on defense and security institutions. Chair, representatives of the IADB, representative of SIM. The permanent representative of Peru would like to express thanks for this important joint meeting between the CSH and the IADB to analyze the role of women in implementing actions related to defense and security. We have taken due note of the presentations given today by experts who shared their valuable experience in the area of defense, public security, and arms trafficking. We have listened very closely to the opportunities and challenges that we face, and this will enrich discussions within our organization, particularly the presentation by our fellow citizen, Ms. Salazar. We would also like to express special thanks to all individuals who have contributed to achieving the goals that we have set out. Violence against women is a very serious problem throughout the world, and particularly in our region. This violence not only affects women's human rights, it also has a negative effect on peace and security in our societies. The Women, Peace and Security Agenda was launched through Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council and was adopted in October 2000. It renews the importance of gender mainstreaming with respect to the armed forces and national police. It also underscores the importance of increasing women's participation in decision-making processes when it comes to conflict prevention and resolution. Peru is committed to promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, as well as preventing and eradicating violence against women. To that end, my country has adopted various policies at the national level and for its foreign policy. We have ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Inter-American Convention to Prevent, Sanction, and Eradicate Violence Against Women. After 200 years of independence, for the first time in Peru, we have a female president of our country. She is from a Quechua-speaking family, and she is the supreme leader of our armed forces as provided for in our constitution. This is unprecedented in our country's history. She is the first female leader to achieve this. We also are working to promote women's leadership within government positions such as security and defense. In 2021, we developed a plan of action to implement UN Security Resolution 1325, Women, Peace, and Security, which seeks equal opportunity for women in the armed forces. As Ms. Winkle-Reed mentioned, with respect to her leadership role on the committee, CONATIAF, we see significant contributions to peace and security, defense and security in Peru, thanks to women. We see women who are holding more and more positions in this area. 30% of our armed forces are made up of women. However, we recognize, Chair, that there is still a great deal of work to be done. In this context, and to conclude, we call upon one and all to promote meaningful participation of women in peace and security processes in the hemisphere and in decision-making roles at various levels, as well as to promote training for women leaders when it comes to peace and security. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Representative of Peru. I give the floor now to the representative of Ecuador, and I apologize for not having mentioned her at the beginning. She was supposed to be a panelist, and it wasn't possible for her to be a panelist because of the time. You have the floor. Ms. Molina, could you please turn your microphone and camera on? Yes, yes. I'm sorry. Okay, I think now we're okay, right? Yes, let's see. Now we see you. Good morning, Madam Chair of the Committee on Hemispheric Security, Ambassador and Brigadier General Porfirio Fuentes Vélez, Director General of the IDB, and Ms. Alejandra Mora Mora, who's the Executive Secretary of SIM, Ambassador Nam, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control, and General James Taylor, Director of the Inter-American Defense College. Ladies and gentlemen, I hail this space in being able to talk about this important agenda. I want to begin by saying, in the context of Latin America and over the last years, little by little, the interpreter apologizes. The sound is defective right now, and it is impossible to continue the interpreting services until the sound is improved.
Pacíficos, en el que encuentran cubiertas al menos sus condiciones de vidas dignas, y esto significa vivir libres de miedo y de creencias. De ahí que la responsabilidad de los estados es garantizar condiciones mínimas a toda la población para que pueda estudiar, trabajar, divertirse, viajar, producir sin la zozobra y el temor que produce saber y percibir que ser víctima de la inseguridad es una probabilidad considerable. El fortalecimiento y expansión de las redes criminales desde hace más de 20 años definidas como organizaciones transnacionales tienen un gran poder económico que les permite cooptar, corromper, armarse, tener la mejor tecnología a su disposición y usar la comunicación como una gran herramienta para expandir el terror. Esta última es probablemente su mayor fuerza, más ahora que las personas estamos interconectadas y que tenemos menores competencias. No es favorable para los gobiernos comprometidos con la democracia, con el pleno cumplimiento de la Constitución y las leyes, con el respeto total a los derechos humanos. Este es el caso del gobierno del presidente Guillermo Lasso. Sabemos que resolver los problemas implica tiempo, liderazgo, acción y mucha sensatez para no caer en los delirios populistas que tanto han debilitado nuestras democracias. En condiciones adversas es precisamente cuando se prueban los gobernantes. Ahora Ecuador afronta condiciones desfavorables, parcialmente en materia de seguridad, condiciones a las que hacemos frente con la ley, con políticas públicas y con inversión, conscientes de las limitaciones. El Ministerio del Interior es la cartera de gobierno que tiene la rectoría sobre la política de seguridad y la conducción civil de la Policía Nacional. Desde hace 11 meses soy la viceministra de Seguridad Ciudadana y en el justo reconocimiento del avance de los derechos políticos de las mujeres en Ecuador, en el contexto de este 8 de marzo, tengo que informarles que soy la tercera autoridad mujer en el mando político de la seguridad. La primera mujer fue designada hace apenas 5 años. Mis antecesoras tuvieron el rango de ministras. Comento este dato porque el objetivo de este conversatorio tiene más relación con la influencia de las mujeres en el desarrollo de las instituciones de seguridad, retos y buenas prácticas, que en los problemas propios de la seguridad. Sin embargo, era necesario plantear el contexto de Ecuador para responder al objetivo de esta reunión. El Ministerio del Interior es una institución que el 31 de marzo próximo cumplirá un año de creación. Una institución muy eficiente que tiene 2 ejes fundamentales: prevenir el delito de violencia y combatir el crimen organizado y la delincuencia política. Crear un nuevo ministerio exclusivo para la seguridad fue la gran oportunidad para que naciera una institución con unos pilares fundamentales: derechos humanos, género, interculturalidad y participación ciudadana. Sobre estos pilares hemos construido la política de seguridad ciudadana pública y sus estrategias sobre prevención, seguridad pública y contra el narcotráfico y las organizaciones criminales. Definir la política pública es estratégico porque orienta los planes y programas y los recursos económicos. Las mujeres sabemos bien la diferencia que hay entre contar y no contar con financiamiento para implementar las políticas. En prevención de la inseguridad estamos mejorando la conducción política a través de la gestión con los alcaldes y prefectos, convencida de que desde lo local, con la activa participación de la gente, es mucho más fácil evitar que los delitos y las violencias se incrementen y expandan por el país. En lo operativo, nuestra relación con la Policía Nacional, nuestro objetivo está encaminado a fortalecer la credibilidad, la confianza que tiene la población y lograr una institución que mejore la efectividad y la eficiencia frente a los delitos. Nos interesa la confianza y la credibilidad que las ciudadanas tienen sobre la Policía Nacional y para ello necesitamos una institución que tenga pleno entendimiento de la violencia que sufren las mujeres de todas las edades y profesiones y las diferencias con los hombres cuando afrontan un delito. Así que trabajamos en la formación inicial y la capacitación continua del hombre en el policial, porque incidir en la educación de la fuerza pública también es estratégico en la conducción de la seguridad. También trabajamos en las políticas internas de la Policía Nacional para prevenir la
to prevent violence and sexual harassment among police. We firmly believe that police officers have to do their job in conditions of respect and dignity, and we have to put an end to this machista conduct. And so, therefore, we're implementing institutional gender policy of the National Police of Ecuador. Our leadership as women, as experts, or in this situation can have a positive impact on the country in democratic terms. And intolerable levels of crime and violence create an atmosphere for autocrats to move into power. And then this makes a safer policy for women so that they can realize themselves. And that's why our goal is to contribute to decreasing crime, both in the national police as well as a more efficient and robust and professional institution with democratic training. And from here on out, we have to deepen the influence of women in decision making with regard to security. This has been a traditional space for men to hold exclusively. There's historic and traditional expressions that have kept women out, but times have changed, and we have had experience, and leadership is obvious, and we must continue, however, forging a path forward and putting forward and to be able to transfer our reality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Minister of Interior of Ecuador, for your participation. I give the floor right now to the representative of Colombia. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to greet Ambassador Rockeberg and Secretary, Executive Secretary Mora and General Fuentes and Taylor for their commitment of their institutions in dealing with this topic. Colombia wants to underscore that we are committed to total peace and a peaceful conflict because we believe in the supreme value of life. And women in the midst of armed conflicts, and particularly the plight of women is very serious. We believe that the agenda needs to be updated and needs an infusion of contemporary ideas that allow it to adapt to the current challenges. For example, women, peace, and security agenda requires the attention of states. Firstly, the agenda needs intersectional approaches to it, race, ethnic background, and sexual diversion and other things. These are intersectional factors that need to be recognized in the agenda. Secondly, the agenda needs diversity to move forward in inclusion of differentiated impacts of of armed conflicts on different communities. These approaches require our attention to ensure adequate implementation of a gender approach and act in peace and security in Colombia. We've been building a plan of action for effective implementation of Resolution 1325, and we're doing this hand in hand with the women's movement. And so we're organizing different events and dealing with the victims of conflict, putting them at the center. So this process has been characterized by a very gratifying and wide participation of civil society in different communities. Urban women, rural women, mestiza, indigenous, and Afro-Colombian, and peasant women, and LGBTI women, working women, and other groups of women are in different parts of Colombia, are engaging to exchange ideas and to formulate public policies of peace and security. This process has become a process of political involvement and therefore empowerment. In Colombia, we're redefining the content of 1325 resolution, and for this person, we're molding them to and adapting them to the current 2023 challenges. This experience leads us to call upon the hemisphere together to work together on the agenda of women, peace, and security, to include the circumstances and current challenges. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Colombia. I give the floor at this time to the permanent representative of Haiti.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chair, the delegation of Haiti would like to congratulate you for having taken the initiative to organize this joint meeting with the SEAM on the occasion of International Women's Day. As I mentioned in my presentation yesterday at the Permanent Council, Haiti has taken on many commitments to protect the rights of women and girls. This commitment is enshrined in our Constitution, which requires a quota of 30% women in all of the country's institutions. This constitutional provision started to be observed in our security forces, specifically the National Police of Haiti, which is proud to have recruited over 12% of its recruits who are women who work side by side with other members of the police force. But like other women and girls in our country, women police officers in Haiti are also affected by armed gangs. They are also killed and become martyrs, dying in the line of duty. Like many other women and girls who work in vital sectors for our country. In this context, our government has called upon the OAS to obtain its support from its various bodies to help it find solutions to its security crisis in the long term, but also to find a way out of the crisis in the short term, as this crisis reduces the country's ability to recover. The delegation of Haiti invites institutions who have the capacity to join the working group, which was established on 22 February, according to the resolution that was adopted by acclamation by the OAS in February. Dear colleagues who work in the area of security and defense within our organization, the security situation in Haiti is of the utmost seriousness. There is an extreme sense of urgency in Haiti. Armed gangs are gaining the upper hand and taking control of the capital. Women, young girls, and adolescents who we are working to promote today are actually the first victims of this violence. To conclude my remarks, I would like to leave you with 3 questions. Are we going to wait for total carnage in Haiti to begin to reflect as a region upon the type of support to provide to our afflicted people. The weakness of the national police has been shown on the ground. Has it not shown you sufficiently what the lives of our citizens are like and their exposure to the cruelty of armed gangs? Doesn't Haiti already represent a threat to its neighbors specifically and for the region of the Americas in general? These are questions that we need to ask to achieve real solidarity with women, girls, and adolescents in Haiti. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the representative of El Salvador. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Greetings to you, Ambassador Rocaber, and the leadership of the IADB for holding this joint meeting. My delegation recognizes and appreciates the presentations of each one of the authorities and participants at this meeting. The international community recognizes that the participation of women is essential to achieve peace because it's been proven that they are agents of change, and it's necessary to have them be more involved. And pursuant to this, as a country, we recognize to assume commitments and renew commitments nationally and internationally to bring about full implementation of all the resolutions with regard to women, peace, and security, as approved at the UN and the mandates in this organization. Madam Chair, I want to share that nationally, my country is moving forward with decisively in this. We have set into motion Women, Peace, and Security 2022-2024. This is an instrument, this plan, and implements the agenda nationwide, including allocating resources and strategic actions to favor the full and equal and meaningful participation of women in peace consolidation efforts. With regard to international efforts, Salvador recognizes the important role and contribution of women in peacekeeping operations of the UN, and we will continue to take part in these collective efforts. Lastly, we hope that these discussions turn into concrete actions to make it possible to advance women, peace, and security agenda, because lasting and sustainable peace is only possible if women are part of these processes. I issue an appeal so that we can lead coordinated and cross-cutting actions in this regard within this organization. Thank you very much. Thank you and for being so brief in your participation. Now, the Ambassador of Guatemala is recognized at this time.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the interest of time, I will try to be brief. Greetings to you and to General Porfirio Velez of the Inter-American Defense Board, and to all seated at the table of honor. We welcome the holding of this joint meeting between the CSH and the IADB, which is an entity of the OAS, whose purpose is to provide the organization and its membership with advisory services on military and defense matters within the hemisphere in order to achieve the goals of the OAS Charter. This session is particularly relevant, and it has given us an opportunity to look at challenges and best practices to ensure that women can have an influence on the development of security and defense institutions. We are grateful for the presentations that were provided. Chair, since the adoption of Resolution 1325, which was approved by the UN Security Council, member states have taken on the commitment of recognizing the important role played by women. Nearly 25 years following approval of this resolution, states still have a great deal of work to do in order to achieve all of the provisions of this resolution. Guatemala is working to ensure the effective implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security and agenda. We developed a national plan of action, which is a mechanism to promote, support, and monitor progress made on the women's agenda in response to Resolution 1325. Among the challenges that we have faced, I would like to focus on the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other recent crises, which continue to have a disproportionate effect on women and girls, as they are most affected, especially women who are displaced or refugees in post-conflict situations. We firmly believe that to move forward on the women, peace, and security agenda, we need a holistic view of the problems we face, but also of the opportunities before us. Inclusion and full, equal, meaningful, and effective participation of women is crucial for development in our countries and also for peace and stability around the world. Guatemala believes that national plans of action to implement Resolution 1325 create opportunities for institutions, civil society, and others to come together in this process. It allows national stakeholders to identify priorities and responsibilities, as well as allocate resources and carry out strategic actions within a defined period of time, along which is accompanied by indicators. Guatemala values and recognizes the role played by women within our armed forces. And we prioritize women's participation in peacekeeping operations. Our Ministry of Defense has 19 women in various peacekeeping missions around the world. It has deployed over 300 women as blue helmets in positions within military observer missions and other staff positions. These women have shown leadership and professionalism in all of the actions that they carry out. The Guatemalan Army has made institutional progress to implement Resolution 1325. In Guatemala, security institutions are implementing our national government policy with respect to the pillar on governance. It is also carrying out other instruments and our National Development Plan 2030, which is aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, specifically SDG 5 and 6 to promote universal peace and access to justice, as well as protection for life and the free exercise of rights and freedoms, and promoting citizen and public security so that we can transform our country, given that women play an important role in this area. In terms of the main progress that we have made in our national police over the past 25 years, we can note the increase in women's participation as officers and leadership positions. 16% of our police force is women. 10% of high-ranking positions in police are held by women. Guatemala reaffirms the importance of leadership of women at the national level, particularly when it comes to peacekeeping and peace building, as well as citizen security. We also underscore the inclusion of all segments of society. We must foster their participation in order to meet the needs of all segments of the population, especially the most vulnerable. I would like to express my delegation's congratulations on the holding of this important meeting, and we encourage one and all to use the expertise of the IADB in various areas so that we can continue to work together. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ambassador. I offer the floor to the representative of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to your delegation, the Secretariat, and the IADB for the leadership exercise in organizing today's session. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Lieutenant Colonel Arkan. Merci beaucoup. Madam Chair, we would also wish to, of course, thank our panelists for providing their time and thoughtful observations here today. Canada is deeply committed to continuing our work to advance women, peace, and security, both at home and abroad, in the run-up to the 25th anniversary of UN Resolution 1325 and beyond. And we are always keen to learn from others through these types of exchanges with governments and individuals around the world who are demonstrating leadership on women, peace, and security. Indeed, many of the projects the Secretariat mentioned today are being sponsored by Canada. Sustainable peace requires the full, equal, and meaningful participation and inclusion of women in all their diversity. Yet, they continue to face rising violence, rollbacks of their rights, and ongoing exclusion. There continues to be a pervasive disconnect between the many roles that women play in peace and security and their bearing of the brunt of violent conflict, and the fact women are nonetheless rarely seen as solution bearers, knowledge holders, or essential partners for peace. There remains a terrific amount of work to be done to address this disconnect, and Canada, for our part, intends to continue putting our shoulder to the wheel in this regard, in service of women, certainly, but ultimately in service of the collective security that they all. Will launch its third National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security later this year. It will span a period of 6 years, providing the framework for our work on this important issue until 2029. I mention this National Action Plan here, not only because it will provide the broader framework for Canada's work on women, peace, and security over the coming years, but because it will have an increased domestic focus this time around and will prioritize building inclusive and diverse defense and security institutions in Canada. Among the plan's key objectives will be to foster workplaces free from any form of sexual and gender-based violence and harassment, and to take action to improve diversity and to remove barriers to increasing the recruitment, retention, and career progression of diverse women. We want to build more inclusive, effective national security institutions in Canada, and the effectiveness of military planning and operations is clearly enhanced by incorporating women, peace, and security knowledge and principles into approaches across all domains. The evidence is clear that diverse teams make better decisions, and that ensuring that women can achieve their career goals enhances operational effectiveness. Perhaps most importantly, it bears recalling that women also have a fundamental right to serve in the armed forces and other national security institutions. Madam Chair, Canada would like to take this opportunity to encourage both the OAS and the Inter-American Defense Board to mainstream a gender perspective into their work more generally, and to advance the women, peace, and security agenda, both within their own security-related institutions and throughout the Americas. We highly value the sharing of best practices with and lessons learned from you, our partners in the region, as we set about this work. So once again, we thank you for your contributions and participation here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Canada, for that very important reflection. I offer the floor to the representative of Brazil. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brazil views as very timely this discussion on women, peace, and security and in commemoration of the International Women's Day. We recall the Fourth World Conference on Women that was held in 1995 in Beijing, where we recognize that the country is indissoluble linked to the advancement of women who are an essential force for leadership and the solving of conflicts at all levels. And the resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council is definitely the issue of peace, women, and security is important. The role of women and in these actions is absolutely fundamental. And since 2022, as of 2015, domestic efforts of Brazil have been made. In 2007, we had a national plan that was put forward to coordinate with the ministries and to move forward, and with the participation of civil society. The document and the mechanism was created, have focused on increasing the participation of women in all areas of security and defense, and both civilians and military members. And currently, as non-permanent members of the UN Security Council, Brazil has raised this agenda to a high priority. And we've advocated for women taking part in peacekeeping operations. We know as well there must be a transformation must come from inside. We just created a Ministry of Women in Brazil, whose, among other tasks, is to expand the space for women in leadership positions in the country. In security and defense positions should go hand in hand within parliament and executive branch and in other areas of government as well. And I would like to pay tribute to Bertolucci, who's a plenipotentiary of the Conference of San Francisco in 1945. There were only 6 women who took part in that conference at that time, of the discussions that led to the UN Charter. On that occasion, Berta was intransigent about including the mention of women in the preamble. And for this reason, Brazil historically has been defending and advocating for women in such, and that's why we pay tribute to her. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Gracias,
Thank you, Brazil. I offer the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Chair, and to all those who have spoken honestly and authentically today. First off, we are happy to see the Committee on Hemispheric Security and the Inter-American Defense Board collaborating on this meeting. It's a great sign of civilian-military collaboration at the OAS. The topic of women, peace, and security is of vital importance to the United States. As we've heard today, promoting women's meaningful inclusion, participation, and protection across all the work we do to advance peace and security is not only the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. It improves outcomes in every aspect of our national security. To this end, recognizing much work remains, I want to briefly highlight 2 key U.S. documents. First, the Women, Peace, and Security Act of 2017. This act made the United States the first country in the world with a comprehensive law on women, peace, and security. Second, the United States also released a 2019 U.S. strategy on women, peace, and security. Both actions provided an institutional nature to our U.S. women, peace, and security efforts. We know many governments in the hemisphere have implemented national action plans and policies on women, peace, and security. The United States wants to encourage all to continue dedicating resources domestically and multilaterally at the OAS to institutionalize these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that the most concise remarks thus far. I give the floor to the representative of Panama. Thank you, Chair. You have our deepest consideration, and I would also like to recognize all the participants at the table of honor. We are very pleased that this joint meeting has been organized to share experiences on the meaningful role of women in peacekeeping and international security. Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council is the first that explicitly mentions the impact of war on women and women's contribution to resolve conflicts to achieve lasting peace. It establishes 4 main goals, which are 1, to recognize the fundamental role of women in preventing and resolving conflicts, encourage their participation in peacekeeping and international security processes, integrate a gender perspective, and promote women's rights, and extend the important commitments of the Convention to eliminate all forms of violence against women, which was adopted by the UN. Resolution 1325 introduces a transformative vision to address systematic violence against women and girls. It is also a starting point to incorporate a gender perspective in international humanitarian law. It promotes the full and meaningful participation of women in decision-making processes. This is why that I would like to take a moment to underscore the fundamental role of women to contain the pandemic. They've worked on the front lines, especially in areas affected by conflicts. The impact of the pandemic threatens decades of progress to achieving equality in women's rights. We must focus on recovery and use this as an opportunity to learn and identify gaps to address immediately and to come together as an international community. The Resolution on Women, Peace and Security and other resolutions that have been adopted to implement it was adopted in the year 2000. It addresses women in armed conflicts and underscores women's capacities around the world to provide solutions that are based on peace. Panama recognizes this resolution from that perspective. Women in armed conflicts are victims and play an important role in decision-making when it comes to conflict prevention. It is important to move forward with the gender equality agenda and to achieve rights for women. This is part of our commitment to human rights. This is why that we, through the chairmanship of the SEAM, are playing a leading role. This committee was created to promote the rights of women in the hemisphere. We have seen the inclusion of women in various processes in our societies. Progress has been made, and undeniably, we have seen the contributions of women who have provided solutions to conflicts. This is why that if we want to ensure a peaceful coexistence, we must uphold women's rights in all contexts. We must uphold our commitment to gender equality and be allies to women in our homes, communities, and organizations. Our delegation has always defended an agenda for inclusion and human rights where women and girls have a voice and a leading role to play in international peace and security. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I offer the floor to the representative of Chile, who is also one of the vice chairs of this committee. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Chile is working toward gender equality in the area of international peace and security. This means promoting or underscoring the progress that we have made, but also having a critical eye to what has yet to be achieved. We are very much committed to promoting women within our foreign policy. It is in our interest to overcome structural inequalities that persist in our societies. In addition, we wish to have an impact in this area when it comes to foreign relations. We see today a member of our carabineros, a woman who has done a great deal with respect to the issue of forest fires in our country. Chile has promoted women's participation in decision-making in the area of international peace and security. We have helped take down barriers and promote full participation of women in the armed forces. This started 20 years ago. And at that time, we also saw the first female minister of defense, and we had our first female president, Michelle Bachelet. We also, for the first time, have a woman leading the Ministry of the Interior. The efforts that our country has made first included focus on women's inclusion in these areas. And we see this today. These women have been breaking the glass ceiling, and we have worked to make sure that these institutions are more representative of our society. We must promote women in all of their diversity in the area of decision-making and international peace and security to fight gender discrimination that we see. And we also must contend with the historical discrimination against women that we have seen in various areas. Chile has an interministerial working group to promote women in peacemaking processes, and it has various action plans to help implement Resolution 1325. We have various indicators to measure our progress. Chile's participation in this area has always been on a gender-based approach, and this has been the case for all the missions that we've deployed. To conclude, we must all, as member states, deepen our commitments so that we can promote women as an active contributor to peace processes, so that we can create resilient and cohesive societies. And the outcome of this will be a more lasting peace. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. And congratulations on your government cabinet, which has such a strong presence of women. I now offer the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed, especially to the speakers at the head table. We are grateful for the presentations given today and the participation of Erika Madriz, the National Director of the Penitentiary Police of the Ministry of Justice and Peace of Costa Rica. In addition to the important information provided by the Commissioner, I would like to take the floor to share with you that in December, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Religion carried out the first institutional working group to develop a national plan of action for Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security of the UN Security Council. This is thanks to the collaboration with the Government of Canada. At that session, we reflected on the need to promote women's participation and political leadership, and the importance of ensuring their equitable participation in all political, economic, and social areas of life. This is a prerequisite for creating more just, inclusive, and peaceful societies as established in SDG 6. Costa Rica underscores the importance of the initiatives that aim to create inclusive national policy that takes into account the rights of women and girls. We are building on work that we have done within each and every one of our national agencies. This important exercise was an opportunity to deepen the 4 pillars of the resolution, which guide the development of our national plan. These are the role of women in conflict prevention, participation of women in peace building, protection of the human rights of women and girls during and after conflicts, and the process of reintegration and reconstruction after conflicts. This is a first step that my country has taken to create its National Action Plan for Resolution 1325. This will be linked to other areas such as civil society, institutions, and UN agencies. The objective is to create a robust plan that is feasible and that ensures that women continue to play a leading role in peace building in our country. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Solano, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica, a country with very advanced public policies in a great number of areas, especially when it comes to gender. I give the floor to the representative of the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Chair. It is a great honor to be here at this joint meeting of the CSH and the IADB on a topic of such importance, women, peace, and security. First, we thank all of the panelists for their remarks and presenting different viewpoints, challenges, and opportunities when it comes to women in these institutions. We also thank the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security and the Inter-American Defense College for their reports. 25 years ago, the UN Security Council approved Resolution 1325, which underscores and promotes the need to increase women's participation as leaders of institutions that manage conflicts at every level. This was an inflection point in how the international community today perceives the role of women in preventing and resolving conflicts and occupying positions of leadership. The Dominican Republic has taken on international and national commitments that have promoted advances when it comes to women integration and development in the area of peace and security. We can mention the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Global Conference to examine the achievements in this area, and the Platform of Medellin. Within our National Action Plan, we have a policy on gender equality, women's empowerment, and nonviolence. In this policy, we aim to promote women's political participation in institutions in our country. In February, we presented a white paper on defense, which underscores the work done to integrate women for professional development, where women can occupy command positions in various squads and also work in other areas within the armed forces, including intelligence. Lastly, the document that we've developed, or that was developed by SEAM, proposes as a basis for peace building the integration of feminism into the concept of defense. The Dominican Republic presented its candidacy to be a member of the UN Human Rights Council in order to carry out important efforts to promote women, peace, and security. We recognize the progress made as a region in this area. However, especially when it comes to women's leadership, we aim to develop tangible political policies that close gaps and overcome obstacles to women's leadership. Women are a source of pride in various missions, but they are often the exception to the rule. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, my delegation will distribute its remarks through the Secretariat. I just wanted to underscore that the government of Mexico is proud to have a feminist foreign policy that fosters progressive policy towards women and respects women and girls and all of its diversity and all the different in bilateral relations and in all and levels of government and everything. And it's a pleasure to say that Mexico presented its first national action plan in follow-up to Resolution 1325 with regard to women, peace, and security. And this plan of action has guidelines to incorporating a gender perspective in all the forces that I mentioned, peace keeping and peace building. And the implementation of women, peace, and security agenda is consistent with Mexico's actual actions in peacekeeping and with the UN. And up until 2023, we've deployed 33 women who belong to its armed forces in peacekeeping missions in Colombia, Mali, Western Sahara, and in Kashmir. Nearly 35% of the personnel deployed by Mexico in these operations are women currently. I want to wrap up by saying that Mexico will continue to defend the meaningful and equal participation of women in negotiation tables at peace process, because we're convinced that it's the only path to achieve inclusive and lasting peace or solutions in this area. Thank you very much, Mexico. And to wrap up, we give the floor to the representative of Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Let me begin by thanking the presenters for their very insightful presentations. The Jamaican delegation is pleased to be participating in this joint meeting to reflect on the role of women in peace and security, particularly against the background of the commemoration of International Women's Day yesterday. The issue of women, peace, and security holds much significance for Jamaica, given that the historic adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 coincided with Jamaica's membership of the Council in 2000. The resolution sought to promote a gender perspective for peace and security by incorporating the special needs of women and girls. As we approach the 23rd anniversary of the resolution, we note with grave concern the increase in violence, refugee flows, and humanitarian catastrophes which have resulted in human rights violations and the forcible displacement of women and girls from their families and communities. In such situations of volatility, it's women and girls who suffer the most harm. Against this background, we must underscore the need to highlight the responsibility of the international community and individual countries to implement measures to protect women and ensure access to justice and redress for victims of exploitation. There is also need to incorporate a gender perspective in efforts to prevent and resolve conflicts. Jamaica maintains that women must be recognized for the invaluable role that they continue to play in restoring broken communities and sustaining peace. However, we believe that more needs to be done to ensure women's meaningful participation in peace processes and full implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. For our part, the government of Jamaica has developed a national policy for gender equality to ensure that the principle of equality between men and women is advanced in both public and private spheres in Jamaica. We are proud of our country's record in this regard, in terms of women assuming important roles normally occupied by men. In this context, we are pleased to highlight Rear Admiral Antoinette Gorman, the first female to be appointed Chief of Defense Staff of the Jamaica Defense Force, an inspiration for women and girls in Jamaica and across the world. My delegation is also pleased to report that Jamaica has deployed scores of female officers to serve in UN peacekeeping operations all over the world. Jamaica therefore remains committed to the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda and looks forward to intensified efforts which would result in more inclusive engagement of women in peace and security initiatives. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your participation. Delegates, after listening closely to the remarks of our national experts as well as the reports presented by the technical areas of our organization, now it's time to hear any delegations that want to take the floor. I'm sorry, that's the wrong. I'm sorry. I'm now very tired. To conclude our work for today, I give the floor to the director of the Inter-American Defense College, Major General James Taylor, who will offer us the conclusions of today. As a former student of his, I am honored by his presence. Mr. Taylor, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, as the director of our college, I am grateful for the opportunity to summarize the conclusions from this important forum that we've been a part of these last few hours. It's a humbling experience to do so, as I'm accompanied today by the first female Army officer sent by Mexico to complete the Master of Science degree in Inter-American Defense and Security, Major Paola Rios. In her second year at the college, she leads the research effort on human rights in the armed forces of the hemisphere and its implications on women, peace, and security. The United Nations Security Council unanimously adopted Resolution 1325 on 31 October 2000. That landmark resolution accomplished two extraordinary things. One, it called attention to the reality that women and girls are casualties of conflict. Two, it sought to enable meaningful ways to include women in peace and security processes. With that resolution, the world put down on paper the impact of conflict on women and the critical role that they can play in conflict prevention and resolution. Now, during today's seminar, we have heard 5 speakers from throughout this hemisphere and Spain share observations and insights on this strategically important theme. Following these presentations, the comments of 16 of our member states enriched our understanding of the state of women, peace, and security in our hemisphere. And from these comments and presentations, we can conclude that 1, we are at a point in the security and defense landscape where the diversity of women's perspectives, life experiences, and problem-solving approaches are essential to broaden our thinking and lead to more creative and practical solutions to the security challenges that face our countries. And 2, we must leverage women's full participation in security and defense matters. It will help protect the part of a population disproportionately affected by conflict and crisis, and ensure that the necessary perspectives are included in policies, programs, and decision-making processes that will all ensure mission success in a complex, multi-domain, multi-dimensional, and multimodal threat environment. 2 days ago, on the 7th, in a report to the United Nations Security Council, Sima Bahous, Executive Director of United Nations Women, stated that we need a radical change of direction on women's involvement in peacekeeping before it is too late. She noted that despite 23 years of focus on peace since the publication of UNSCR 1325, the world is becoming increasingly violent. Well, our hemisphere is certainly becoming increasingly violent. The number of complex emergencies and natural disasters is also increasing. We conclude, therefore, that given the security and defense challenges facing the nations of our hemisphere today, what was an important resolution in 2000 is undoubtedly a strategic necessity today, 23 years later. And it is clear from what we have heard today that those who choose not to apply these strategically critical principles throughout the depth and breadth of their security and defense architecture do so at their peril. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, esteemed General Taylor, for this summary, excellent summary of our day's work. And we will put on the record the proceedings of this session, your remarks. Esteemed colleagues, we've reached the last item on the order of business today. It's time to listen to Panama, the first vice chair of this committee, and Ambassador Maria Rocaber, a closing message. Madam Rocaber, I give you the floor right now, and thank you. It's a lot of pressure to be the last person to speak in such a productive and long meeting, but I would like to just I will send in my written remarks, but I do want to the chair, but I want to send Porfirio Taylor, Ambassador Nam, and everybody. Thank you. First, I want to express my attitude to my friend and colleague. I'm very honored to be seated next to her here in a setting that we're used to having very few seats for women. I'm very honored as well to have heard panelists and women delegates speak of their experiences. Believe me, each one of us that is here, each woman that's here who aired their experiences has been a woman who has been used to breaking down barriers, and it's been triply difficult to them, and more so for having reached where she is. And thank you for this opportunity to close out this joint meeting. Allow me my first thought. We need inclusive leadership, horizontal leadership, and democratic leadership to be able to foster this women, peace, and security agenda. And therefore, we required more times like this to delve deeper into topics of such importance. Half of the population of the world is women, and that's why we need to do this. A lack of participation and representation, sexual violence, in conflicts, migrants, women migrants, just to mention a few of the topics that were raised by the delegates in the delegations. The second important point I want to raise is the importance of shedding light on and raising the profile of what has not been viewed. It's been masked in a culture of impunity, the violence and atrocities committed against outrages against women on a daily basis, perpetrated against women, and aggravated in times of conflict just because the fact that they're women. I have to say that this isn't an issue about women. This is an issue about democracy, human rights. It's a matter of public security. It's a matter of national defense. It's a struggle against organized crime, which women bear the disproportionate brunt of it. I want to say that violence against women is a violation of human rights and demands, in turn, to take distance from the visions that back that and justify it as just the product of just particular cultures or the privileges of people who hold power. Despite the lack of bombs and projectiles, the bodies of women and girls have to become battlefields for armed militia and for those who take advantage of the chaos of war to unleash violence against the most vulnerable members of their community. If there's anything that we've learned from this experience, it's that peace and security rest and inclusive states in all of their forms and manifestation as a democratic group. Women make up half of the population of humanity, and despite this, it continue to be excluded in public and economic social policies, making this a deeper issue in societies that are fragmented by conflict. And so women, peace, and security should be a permanent agenda of this organization, and has been pointed out in his conclusions, General Taylor, it is strategic for the continuity of peace in our hemisphere. And the other point that I wanted to raise in my conclusions is something that was brought up by our dear chair in yesterday's meeting, is the need to incorporate in the discussion the new masculinity, manhood, that it's indispensable to be able to move, to make headway, and because half of the population has to count, because we should count, and we should be able to realize ourselves in our lives in security and peace. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Rocabrera, for this message and the coordinates that you've laid out for us. We cannot agree more that these is a beacon for us to create a new inclusive society where all people enjoy the same rights and opportunities. And thank you very much to each and every one of you for your participation today. This joint meeting of the Committee on Hemispheric Security and of the Inter-American Defense Board is adjourned. And we'd like to thank the interpreters and the technical team, and thank you to everyone for your participation this afternoon.
Hemos concluido.
That's it.